What is up, guys? Welcome back to another David Ram's live stream. Welcome back, the Ram fam, and hope you're all doing really well. Today we've got a controversial one, believe it or not, a controversial one about veganism and well, surprise, surprise, and why to be vegan, why to go vegan for animals, health, or environment. And it shouldn't be controversial, but apparently it is. And I've been finding out recently firsthand that apparently it is quite controversial. I've been taking some insults, guys. I'm going to tell you about those in a moment. Lauren Santon's going to be joining us, as always, friend of the channel. So we'll bring him in shortly to kick things off. Before we do, just to let you guys know that at certain parts during the stream today, we will be taking call-ins, as in you'll be able to phone in or like, I don't know, click a link to come in and talk to us and tell us what you think about what we're talking about. So how it will be, that will be a little bit after we get into the stream, and when I am ready to take your calls, I will post the link, and then you'll be either accepted or you'll have to wait, depending. We can only take one at a time, so whoever gets there first comes in. That's how we're going to be doing it. We're going to cover a lot today, okay, guys? I'll tell you the things we're going to cover. So we're going to cover the pros of the health and environmental messages for veganism, the cons of the environmental health messages for veganism. We're going to talk about the outcomes, i.e. what happens if you push the environmental messages or push the health messages of veganism, like what will people do and what are some possible good and bad things that come from that. We will talk about what we think are the best ways to convey the vegan message overall. And finally, and what I think will be the spiciest bit, absolutely the most controversial bit of this whole stream today, it's going to be at the end, so you're going to have to stick around for it. That's going to be, why is there so much hostility from vegans on this topic? And I've got a very controversial theory on this that I've got to be honest, I'm hoping that you guys ain't going to flip out at me when I say this later on. I hope you'll just, come along with me and be patient and try to understand the point I'm making here. Because I'm not trying to piss you guys off today, but I've got a feeling that one might piss you off, all right? Got to be totally honest with you. So Annie's listening. Please be sure to take timestamps of each as we introduce each new thing so that people who come watch it later can easily get to the parts they want to get to. And so you guys watching live, if there's ever any part of today where you want to jump in and have us discuss a topic, or you want to have your comment seen like bang right now, use the Streamlabs tip link, which is in the pinned comment, or use the YouTube super chat. We'll be responding to those immediately. And that's what you pay for, guys. You support the channel. That's the privilege you get. We respond to you straight away. That's how you do it, all right? Otherwise, I won't be keeping an eye on the chat because we're going to be having a conversation. So that's how you get your opinions up in our faces. And of course, keep an eye out if you want to talk to us, like physically speak to us. That's also cool. We're going to be taking those call-ins a little later on. And they also don't need video, okay? You don't need to have your video on to call in. We will not be showing your video, just your voice. So don't worry if you're nervous on camera, okay? All right, then. Well, that's taken care of all of the pre-game, as I suppose. Oh, apart from this, by the way, we have to talk about this. Look at this. Got my new veganism, Save 'em All, Metallica-inspired T-shirt. Got it finally, so I'm pumped about that, guys. You can pick these up on the website, davidrams.com. Like, I'm so impressed with the quality of this. I'm impressed with the fit. I think it looks awesome, but hey, it's my T-shirt, so of course I do. So there you go, guys. Go and check that out. Pick up one of those. I am sure you'll love it, because I'm in love with this. I think it's an awesome T-shirt, so I'm pretty pumped. Right, shall we bring Lawrence in then? Let's bring Lawrence in. Here he is. Now, guys, Lawrence is a little floating head today because he's having some camera issues, and rather than making him bigger and making it bad quality, I thought I'd just make him a little box there. So what's up, mate? How you doing?
Yo, good, thanks. You?
Good, yeah, all good, mate. All good. Happy to have a little floating Lawrence in the stream. It's nice.
Yeah, I know.
Cool. So yeah, I told everybody what we're going to talk about. I want to quickly set the scene though. Like, now Lawrence knows this already, at least I think you do. But I want to tell you guys the insults I've taken over the past week since posting my last video, okay? For discussing this topic that we're about to discuss on Twitter, okay? And also on YouTube. I have been told that I'm an idiot. I don't know what the WTF, I'm not going to swear yet in case, because we're like 2 minutes in, so I don't want YouTube to get pissy. I don't know WTF I'm talking about. Apparently, I don't know logic. I don't understand nutrition. I'm small-minded. I'm a waste of effing time. That was a good one. And my favorite of all of them, someone said, I'm like an idealistic first-year philosophy student who only thinks in ideals. All of those insults, a lot of them came from one person, to be fair, but a couple of them from other people too.
Yeah, sorry about that.
All because I said the things I'm going to say in today's stream, right? Wild. So this is what we're dealing with, all right? So when I tell you I've got a controversial opinion about the hostility, that's what I'm talking about. That's the kind of hostility. Lawrence, have you ever had any kind of hostility like that from talking about, like, the health, environment, or animals when it comes to veganism?
No, I mean the worst. Well, I say the worst. Probably the only that I can think of is just like closed-minded, like ideological, those sorts of things.
Okay.
I've never, but I don't know. I think you have like a bigger following on Twitter, don't you? So you're going to attract more losers.
It's not difficult on Twitter, though. I mean, most of the user base is pretty
you
wound
get a lot
up.
of bang for your buck.
Yeah, that's for sure. So all right, let's discuss, like, let's get into this, right? So the health and environmental messages that people have been using to tell people to go vegan, right? It's come from, tell me if you disagree here, Lawrence, but I think this is coming from documentaries like The Game Changers, What the Health, Forks Over Knives, and also notable plant-based doctors. All together, there was like a movement, talking about health specifically here, there's like a movement of okay, hey, the whole food plant-based diet can not only make you healthier, but they're saying it can reduce and reverse diseases, right? This was a big push. You can be an elite athlete, plant-based. There's all these different things like, oh yeah, plant-based it can be part of a healthy lifestyle. It can do lots of, like, basically almost miraculous things. A lot of these claims from these documentaries were coming through, right? Would you say that's fair? That's probably where a lot of the health-focused messaging kind of originated with the vegans?
Yeah. Are we just talking about health for now?
Yeah, just for now, yeah.
I would say that's predominantly where it came from.
Yeah, I think so, because I mean, it wasn't really a big push. I remember being veggie and then vegan, like veggie for my whole life, and then vegan. When I first was vegan about 13, 14 years ago, nobody was talking about, like, they'd say that, like, okay, to be fair, it was associated with, like, cutting meat out was associated with healthiness, for sure. Some people did claim that, especially processed stuff, but the idea that you could be like some elite athlete, or that you could reverse diseases and stuff, it wasn't really that. It was more a case of people saw veganism and vegetarianism as eating more fruits and veggies, which of course is healthy, right? That was the association. It wasn't that it could miraculously reverse disease or stuff. So I think this is a modern thing that came from documentaries like that, right?
Yeah. I don't know if I'm jumping the gun at all. Like, I do think it came from documentaries, but also it has, there has also been like a big push from just individual people as well.
Yeah.
I don't think I don't think they've been pushing like veganism, the philosophy, from a health point of view. They've been pushing plant-based diet, but it's become lumped in. So you have, like Dr. Greger from Nutrition Facts. You got loads of like influencers on YouTube, like I don't know who are like Simnet Nutrition. You got like I don't know, all these health like people on YouTube that have, they sort of go in and out of.
Yeah, exactly. There's a lot.
So I think
there's been a lot more of exactly. So I agree with that. And other documentaries like Cowspiracy, for example, showed the environmental impact of animal ag, and again showed that plant-based diet was a good option for the environment. And both of these movements and documentaries and scientists and doctors and all these people talking about plant-based diet, I mean, it's great for veganism because, of course, plant-based diet falls under what we consider to be a vegan suitable diet. It falls within that, right? A plant-based diet. So it seems like a no-brainer, didn't it? And I think this is where you've ended up with a lot of vegans now pushing these health and environmental messages, because it's like, well, why wouldn't we? And veganism is good for your health and the environment because of all these documentaries and stuff like that, right? So let's get into it then. Let's start with the pros, because it's not fair for I mean, I've got your critiques, you've got critiques, but before we get to critiques, we've got to give a fair representation of like, okay, people who promote veganism for health and veganism for environment, what are the actual pros of the health and environmental messages? So starting with the health then, the pros of the health, vegan for health message or plant-based for health message. I suppose vegan, stick with vegan for health message because it's different. So the pros of the vegan for health message. What would you say? I mean, I've spoken a lot right now. I'm going to give you the floor for a little bit. What what would you say the pro? What are the, like if you were to start like kind of a good bullet point, maybe a couple pros of talking about veganism in a health way?
Yeah, well, I think I so the first thing I want to say about all of these is I'm not sure like how good any of these are. They're just like pros that people have like put forward, right? But I don't know how pro they are. So the first one that I've heard people talk about is how if you talk about veganism starting from a health point of view, it will get to people who don't really care about others because they care about their own health, even if they don't care about other people. So some people claim that the health message expands the audience that you can get to.
Wait, hold up. Sorry, can we pause that? Because that I would consider that to be something we could get to later on, because I said about what happens when you do it. Like right now I'm talking about like the pros, as in how is veganism good for health? Why are people what are the pros? What are the pros linked with veganism and health? And then later on we'll talk about the outcomes, like, and that would be considered there, right? Okay, you tell somebody health, oh, this means that they might do this, they might do that. Like, I want to come to that a bit later. For now, I want to actually zone in on, okay, the connections between veganism and health. What are the pro connections? Like, what was the, you know what I mean, good things that are associated?
Okay. I've got, I can only really think of one off the top of my head. But the one that I can think of, which I actually benefited from myself, was it was actually the other way around for me, but they're still linked. So I came to veganism from like a purely ethical point of view. But as a result, because I was like very like uneducated about nutrition and like different types of food generally. When I became vegan, I like didn't really know what to eat. So I was forced to learn loads about different ways like nutrition.
Right.
And so I actually became healthier as a result.
Right.
If that makes sense. Is that what you're getting at?
Sort of, I guess. I mean, yeah. So basically what you're saying is plant-based diet can be healthy. I mean, that's kind of what I was trying to get at.
Like not always, but I think I think it's not only.
That's what I'm saying. We're talking about health pros, right? Like I'm talking about. Yeah. For example, go on.
Okay, got it. It can be healthy, but I think becoming vegan, because for most people, it is a very drastic change to the diet. If you're just focusing on the diet, it does force you to do research. So it's sort of like a secondary knock-on effect that is quite common for people to generally scratch up on their nutrition knowledge when they wouldn't have done otherwise.
Yeah, that's for sure something that can happen. And when they do, when they do start, if they eat like a well-balanced plant-based diet, then they will be healthy. You can't guarantee they'll be healthier than they were before, because they might have already been eating a balanced diet that included animal products. Okay, but if they were eating lots of bad processed junky, not eating enough or eating too little or eating too much or whatever, and now they're not, then yeah, it would be healthier, well-balanced plant-based diet. So you can be healthier or healthier than you are now if you do it well. There's athletes that are smashing it. There's some studies that show whole food plant-based is superior to traditional diets. Like a lot of traditional diets, whole food plant-based is superior, has good health outcomes, and it can be great for people with health issues. It can help them to manage different health issues, and it can even lower risks of diseases if it's a well-balanced plant-based diet. These are things that have been demonstrated. And these are all the positive associations that these vegan for health people make, right? They say like, oh yeah, you should go vegan because of all the things I've just listed. So that's what I meant by like pros. Like these are like pros of talking about this, because yeah, it seems like there are some pros, but as we're going to get to, it's not as clear cut as that, but we're sticking to pros for now. So those are the reasons people are behind it, right? Because it seemingly makes sense, doesn't it, for health? When you put it out like that.
I can give like a quick story. I actually was one of these people who like quite like significantly benefited from changing to a plant-based diet, because like I was saying before, I didn't really know like what to eat, so I did a lot of research. So I actually started to eat a lot healthier.
Yeah.
And like obviously I haven't done, like it's not like anyone's done a study on me or anything, but I'm pretty sure it was down to the plant-based diet, because I used to take 5 lots of medication a day for asthma,
Okay.
and then 3 months into changing to a plant-based diet, I was off all my medication.
Right. Right.
And I'm pretty sure that was due to the fact that I was eating loads of animal products that were inflaming me.
Yeah.
Like, particularly dairy, probably.
Yeah. I mean, it's possible, and it's probably likely as well. But unfortunately, we can't. We have to take you. We have to take you as a very much as an anecdote. Otherwise, we also have to believe all these ex-vegan morons, the shit they say.
Yeah, as Tim Spears says, I'll leave it.
Yeah, yeah, take it or leave it. And then environmental pros, right? So why do vegans associate the veganism with environment, right? Well, what are the pros of doing that? Well, like we said earlier, Cowspiracy and showed that animal ag has insane resource usage, right? It uses loads of water, causes dead zones, causes like loads of land use, massive emissions, loads of deforestation for grazing. They clear forest and clear grassland and clear, not grassland, they clear like massive spaces so animals can graze, and also like also clear out loads of like local what's it called? Like local indigenous plants, indigenous people, indigenous plants, everything. They clear out entire fucking areas to grow crops or graze animals. And eating plant-based means you don't fund all of that. So again, this is all the vegans for environment, people who say go vegan for environment. This is what they're talking about, right? So there's no denying these pros. These pros exist, and they're good. These are good things, and it's not what we're arguing against today. This is not. However, there are problems with these pros, and this is where the bulk of it is going to come in. This is where we're going to get into the controversial stuff, and this is where it gets a bit tricky, right, Lawrence? Where we start to point out the flaws and stuff. Because, right, let's get into the health side of things, right? So we listed off all of these reasons that people say like vegan for health and why it's good. I don't know. Do you want me to kick off as to why?
Can we? I've just got one more to add to the health thing, because we were just talking about individual health, but also people say that it go vegan for health because of like how they call like community health or population health.
Right. Okay.
Like, slaughterhouses, the pollution it causes, people's, inflammation in people's airways can give them disease. Also like pandemics as well.
Yeah.
So that's just another thing people say.
Yeah, I get it. There's a lot of stuff that they try to link in, right? Of course, into like vegan for or whatever. But there's problems. There are big problems with these messages. When we get to health stuff, I think one of the biggest problems here that I've seen with saying vegan for health is that, and this is where the controversy starts, guys. And remember, we've already been through the pros here. So when I say this stuff, it's not, I feel like I sound like an anti-vegan when I say this stuff. But of course, veganism, it's about ethics. It's about animals, right? Everything I say here could be 100% true. And the health and environmental messages might be absolutely terrible, bad messages. Maybe they're all wrong. It still doesn't change the fact that you should be vegan for animals, right? But, dude, eating animal products can be part of a healthy lifestyle, and I don't see. I mean, I got so much shit for saying that on Twitter, and people were actually saying to me, no amount of animal products is healthy, can be considered healthy, none, and that's just insane. As vegans, we need to face up to the fact that is a truth. It's an uncomfortable truth, and I'm sure we'd rather it wasn't the case. It would make it easier to tell people to be vegan. Make it easier to tell people that the health message at least, but it's just the fact. I mean, is that controversial to you, Lawrence?
No, I think it's only controversial in a niche part of the vegan world, and they've just sort of like gone in a sort of they're in like a little echo chamber, and they're just going further and further away from reality. Like how it happens with loads of, different things. And this has just happened in the vegan world. Like, I think the vast majority of people, like all you have to do is look around the world and like there are top athletes who are omnivorous, like, and that's not saying it ethically justifies what they're doing. It's literally just saying the human, as like however you want to put it, a biological machine or whatever, can function very well on an omnivorous diet. Like, not all omnivorous diets. If you eat poisonous foods, you will die. But if you eat edible, things, then like you can eat in an omnivorous way and you can be healthy.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so. It's just such common sense. I can't believe some people get upset by this.
Yeah.
So, by the way, Soytheist just dropped a tip and said, "I'm feminist for the environment." And we'll get to that though. That's totally true. But yeah, I mean, like, and there's some examples. There's some edge case examples of what you just said about. It's not even necessarily somebody who eats continuously eats animal products. It could be somebody who eats once every 6 months a burger. Yeah. It could be as extreme as somebody who a marathon runner who absolutely smashes let's say, like, I don't know, gelatin, like sweets with gelatin, right? Haribo. And you could say, some people would say, oh, but candy's not healthy. Well, actually, in his case or her case, it is healthy because it's part of the marathon training. They need to consume massive amounts of sugar for the marathon. So in that case, for what their purposes are, it is considered part of a healthy lifestyle. They're burning the calories. They're not doing damage. Like if you and I ate that, we'd be fucked. But they're not. They're marathon runners, right? So to say that zero animal, there's no way that animal products could ever be part of a healthy lifestyle is absolutely nonsense. It's like, it's completely wacky for someone to say that. But this, you said it's a small part of the vegan movement, but I don't think it's so small. I actually think it's there's an issue here, and it's. I mean, we're doing this stream because I think we need to face up to some of these uncomfortable truths. So that's one thing. That's one huge problem with the vegan for health message, that somebody who eats like animal products in a forget the ethics for a second. We know it's unethical. We know that put animals forward for a second. It's wrong, right? Because we're hurting animals and we're exploiting animals. We know that. Take animals and ethics away for a second, and there are ways to consume animal products in it healthily, right? So the health message is it's already massively flawed, isn't it? It already doesn't make sense then. Why would somebody, how is that convincing then if somebody could also eat animal products and be healthy, right?
Yeah, well, I think, like, I understand where the people are, well, some of them get dogmatic. If you sort of like ignore the dogmatic people that say eating a whole food plant-based diet is the only way to be healthy, which, I mean, I think those people is just sort of like transparently wrong. But I think, like, the well-intentioned people, what they're basically saying is like, oh, there's so much like crap out there now that people are eating, and maybe the one of the, I don't even know if it's the easiest way, but they're saying like a big way that someone can improve their health is to switch to a whole food plant-based diet. So maybe they're not saying like it's the only way. But they're just trying to. Like,
I get it. I understand the point, but it's weak. It's weak. It's a weak.
No, yeah, it's
argument.
weak because that's what I'm just saying. Like, I think that's their intention, but I still, it's still flawed because you could say the exact same thing with a range of other diets.
Right, exactly. Yeah. And also, I mean, there are studies, like very large, powerful studies that go against this concept as well. I can't remember exactly which one it was, but it was a huge study and a meta-analysis, and it even showed that pescatarians had slightly better health outcomes I think it was mortality. The mortality was better, and there was some other things like, and it was marginal. Don't get me wrong. It wasn't like, oh, they're just everyone's way healthier if they eat fish, but they were marginally better off. Now that's not a reason to eat fish, because fish don't deserve, and there's many different, fish don't deserve to die so you can be marginally more healthy. That's not how it works. And also, it could have been that the vegans in the study, there's other variables. Could have been that they weren't consuming the most balanced diet. It could have been that they were missing some stuff. So there's lots of different variables. But the point is that when and if there's more evidence that comes out that, for example, that pescatarians are healthier, I imagine if in a year from now they've got some absolute fundamental evidence that that's the case, then where does your health argument go? It's gone. It's literally gone. I mean, it's a weak argument for those reasons. And the other one that I think we've talked about this before as well, is that vegan food itself can be very unhealthy. You say veganism for health, Coca-Cola, French fries, alcohol, candy. So those are all vegan. And if a vegan eats only those things, they're still vegan. So then, again, it's illogical, isn't it? Basically, it's illogical to say go vegan for health, because that can mean eating all those things all the time.
Yeah, because when they say go vegan for health, what they actually mean is start eating a whole food plant-based diet for your health, which actually is completely disconnected from veganism.
Yeah, completely.
It's like that. Yeah, it's just one diet type that happens to fall under the appropriate diets for someone who is vegan.
Absolutely.
But it's only one of the many ones. So if you say go vegan for health, I mean, yeah, like if someone doesn't know what veganism is, you then have to specify, oh, well, I mean a whole food plant-based diet. Well, why didn't you say that then? Because the word vegan is it applies to so many different diets.
It was kind of we discussed this, didn't we, in chat as well, that in WhatsApp, where I said that the logic here is phenomenal. It's like you say, eat vegan for health. Oh, so veganism is a diet? No, it's not a diet. It's more than that. So why would it be associated with my health then? Oh, because it's part of it's a diet. Okay, so veganism's not a diet. No, veganism's not a diet. And I shouldn't have said that it was for your health. You know, it falls apart pretty quickly. Like you said, it should be whole food plant-based diet is considered vegan, and it's really good for your health. How lucky is that? You know, how good is that? It can be really good for your health is the point to make. But even then, you know, I still think even that's potentially flawed as well. Even if we agree, okay, whole food plant-based diet, talk about it for health. That's a good way to get people motivated. I disagree with that point, because I'll put my not so much money that I have on this. That
I will put everyone's tips on this.
I'll put everyone's tips on this. That if I could prove beyond reasonable doubt that beans for every meal will make you live to 110 years old, but you'll be cancer-free and heart disease-free, and you won't have arthritis or dementia. Actually, you'll be pretty solid. At 110, you'll feel like 60, and you'll one day just die peacefully in your sleep, but you have to eat beans for every meal. People would still eat McDonald's. Do you understand? Like, we're not dealing with reasonable people when it comes to health. People get heart surgery, multiple heart surgeries, and go back to drinking, smoking, and eating Burger King. It happens all the time. So I don't get why you would choose health in general as something to focus on, that you think that would sway people. It doesn't sway people. People are, including you and I, Lawrence, stupid. Like, we're dumb as fuck. We are like humans.
Speak for yourself.
Hold up. Humans, you know, this is psychology, right? We are terrible decision makers. It's proven that we're terrible decision makers. There are literal psychology studies that I studied at university to show how people are terrible at making decisions. There's TED Talks you can go and watch where he literally, or it was this one guy, he proves to people how bad they are at making decisions. Like, for example, with so like buying a car, right? This one was great. I'll keep this short, but it is relevant. So he says, okay, if you were buying a car, Ferrari, you're buying a brand new Ferrari. How much do they cost, Lawrence? Do you have any idea?
A brand new Ferrari? Yeah. I don't know, 100.
Let's call it $100,000. I don't know, whatever. Yeah. You're buying a car, whatever car, Ferrari. Say it's a second-hand Ferrari. $100,000, and the place you're buying it from, they say, hey, for an extra $500, we'll deliver it to your home. You know, we'll give you, a nice firm handshake and everything, and, give you the keys, and $500. What do you say? You don't have to drive across town now. You're going to say, yeah, right? I'm already spending $100,000. Might as well, what's 500? Okay. Now you've just ordered your shopping from the supermarket, and they say, hey, for $500, we'll deliver it to your front door with a handshake, and we'll pass it over to you. Are you still going to pay them? No. Why not? Well, because the car's worth more. Okay, do you want to know why that's so fucking dumb? Because $500, the value does not change depending on how much you're spending. Whether you're spending $50 on groceries or $100,000 on a car, $500 is still $500. That's how bad we are at making decisions. Yeah, right? Because it makes no sense. The logic is completely illogical. It's just a psychological phenomenon. And it's part of our brain not being matched to the world we live in. There's too much choice and there's too much going on, right? And the health thing is part of it. We have too much time to think about this, and we get it, so we get it wrong, consistently get it wrong, and consistently make decisions that benefit us in the short term but not the long term. It's just all the time, right?
Yeah. I think it, like, the smaller the proportion is, I think the more attractive it is to us. But then we forget that the absolute value of it is exactly the same.
Right. And then this applies to what we're talking about now. Like, people don't make good decisions in general, but they also don't make good decisions about their own bloody health. We see it constantly. People, like I said, people who go and get heart surgery and then carry on the way they were before. They get heart transplants. People get transplants, like liver transplants, and then carry on drinking. It's just, and you think health is going to win people over? I don't get it.
Yeah. Or like a lot of people. This is actually true recently. I'm not sure if this is in other countries, but in the UK, we've got like a big problem with kids vaping now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and it's like vapes were seen as this like good thing because it was a step down from like smoking tobacco, which, to be fair, like it's better than, as far as we know at the moment.
Yeah, as far as we know,
it's better.
Yeah,
but as far as we know but we don't know everything at the moment. But as far as we know, it's better. But what has happened is some people have just gone from not smoking anything to vaping.
Yeah.
And it's like that's so, like, it's so dumb.
It's wild, mate. It's absolutely wild. I agree. So that, again, it's another good example. We got a few tips, by the way. One from DJ Lionel, who tipped $10. Thank you so much, and says, just enjoying the stream. Thank you. I'm enjoying it too. Are you enjoying it, Lawrence?
It's all right.
It's all right, isn't it? It's all right. And the vegan Potterhead super chatted £5 and said, I'm such a vegan for my health that I'm having vegan fish and chips tonight. Thank you for the live stream. Veganism is about animal ethics, full stop. I absolutely agree, and we are going to get to that. Don't get it twisted. All right. By the end of the stream, there's going to be some hardcore words about what veganism is about. Right now, we're trying to be what's the word, Lawrence? When you
diplomatic?
Not diplomatic. Okay, diplomatic as well as generous. Is it called?
Charitable.
Trying to like give this the right, the energy it deserves from the amount of amount of shit people are giving me. And by the way, guys, I'll tell you what we'll do as well from now on, because we're getting into the spicy stuff. You guys are welcome to call in and have a chat. Okay, like, where's my text thing that disappeared? Anyway, here's the link, guys. If you want to call in, this is a link for you to call in. And I'm going to put this. Stay there a minute, Lawrence. I'm just going to pop something up on the screen. Are we back? Popo. Yeah. And I'm going to put this up there as well. There we go. So now up on the screen, there's like some text, and it says, call in and have your say, link in the live chat. And Annie, if you want to get that link and just repost it a couple of times as people are, if anybody asks, like, how do I call in? Then, yeah. Cool. And guys, if you're going to call in, don't worry, you don't need to come on with video. You'll just be audio. So don't worry if you're scared of coming on video. That's normal and it's fine, but you don't need to. So cool. So yeah, so the health stuff. I mean, if anything you want to add there, Lawrence, like, what do you think?
I would only say the only other thing would be that I just feel like if you're doing like outreach and you're trying to talk to someone about veganism, you get onto health, like, I don't know, giving people health advice on the street when they're walking home. I mean, it's probably not the best way to go. Like, you hardly know anything about this person. People are well known for like telling false information or inflated information to strangers. Like, if someone, it's like, everyone says that their uncle owns a farm and they get the eggs, and it's like no one actually does. Like 99.9% of all the eggs, are from non-free range farms. Not that either are good, but you get what I mean. Like, people say things that aren't true. Same happens with health. I just feel like, and I've done it before, I did outreach for ages and I had so many conversations about health, and everyone claims they've got some health condition, which means that they, it's just like, it just gets into murky water. Whereas I feel like with ethics, it's easier to navigate a conversation. Once you've got practice with it, it's
I think,
whereas health, it's anyone's guess.
I agree, and I think I learned this lesson as well. I totally agree with you. The lesson I learned very quickly, well, not that quickly actually. I was preaching about health and stuff on the streets for a long time, thinking I knew what the fuck I was talking about, and then I realized like a couple of YouTubers, I think they were like anti-vegan YouTubers. Sometimes it's useful to watch what people say about vegans, because you learn, actually you can learn that, wait a minute, like they're actually right. Like they were saying stuff like, these vegans are on the streets giving people literal health information and dietary advice and telling them what to do and not to do about their health. Like, is this not a problem? And then I was thinking, it is a problem. It actually is a problem. Like, I am embarrassed now that I thought I could do that. First thing I did after that, I did a diploma in vegan vegetarian nutrition, because then I was like, I felt stupid that I'd been reading stuff and just repeating it to people without even having any kind of diploma or anything at all. So I got a diploma. And even after getting that, I still decided that it's not appropriate for me to tell people. It's appropriate for me to tell people factual stuff. Just say things like, I don't know, plants have protein in them. Did you know that? This is good. This is factual. Yeah. But telling people, I don't know, just dietary advice, advising them what they could try to eat, what they could not try to eat, try to avoid, blah, blah, blah. It's like, well, you're in a bit of a muddy territory here. Health is very complicated for a lot of people, and what they do or don't do, like Lauren said, they could be lying to you, they could be dressing things up, they could be dressing things down. You just don't know. It really is best to send people to something like Challenge 22 if they've got real questions about health, not just like, can I get protein? Okay, that's a question you can answer, right? But if it's something more complex, it's well worth telling them to go and, there's resources that I can get you from professionals that can help you with all of that. Let's talk about the ethics though, right? Because this is what's really important. The health stuff, we'll figure that out. We'll get you the help you need. That's taken care of, right? Let's get into this. Let's focus on the ethics and the reasons to even go and get this extra help, So I think I agree with you there, man. I definitely fell into the trap of kind of trying to talk to people like I was some kind of doctor.
Yeah, I
I
did
mean?
that as well, and it was I did that as well, and it was like I just watched like 5 Mike the Vegan videos, and I thought I was some health guru or something.
Mate, there's a hilarious comment here from Mark Ross, who says, when I went vegan, not a single health issue I had improved. You see, guys, you will be the same as before, or maybe better, but you won't be worse. So, it's all right. That's such a funny comment, because it's just, we know the kind of stuff that vegans normally say. I mean, I'm the same though. Before I was vegan, I didn't have health issues. After going vegan, I still didn't. Nothing changed. It was like, oh, I'm still the same weight. I'm still the same strength. I got stronger when I went to the gym, but that would have happened if I wasn't vegan, and nothing really changed for me. I was just the same as before. Whereas you were eating quite badly, you said, right? So it did change for you.
Yeah, well, I mean, I wasn't. If you say like maybe I was eating badly, if you look like actually what I was eating, but like relative to other people, I think people eat generally quite badly anyway, right? So I wasn't eating particularly badly compared to other people.
Yep.
I was gonna say one other thing, but it's kind of passed me by now about health. So let's continue, and maybe I'll remember what it was.
Well, I mean, there's an underlying message here, and as we're talking about, guys, like we're focusing a lot on.
Oh, sorry, I got it.
You fucker, go on, do it.
Yeah, the thing I was gonna say is, I think like talking about veganism from a health perspective, especially if you don't really know what you're talking about, can actually backfire, because
massively.
It is true that given that veganism, the diet part of it, given that changing to one of the many vegan diets is a big thing for most people, often people do it in quite an inorderly or like ill-informed way, so that they don't eat enough calories or something like that. So actually their energy and health can drop a bit, at least initially, right? This happens to, quite a few people, because it's like when you're learning anything, it's like a new skill, you're learning. And if someone has been primed to think, oh, well, I'm going to become vegan, everything's going to be on the up. you know, and then they go down initially. They might bail before they even, you know,
for sure,
before they even, you know, are doing it long term.
And we'll cover that a little later on as well. That's a really good point that we'll get further into when we get to the outcomes of these messages later on, like the possible cool things that can happen, the possible not so good things that can happen from pushing these messages. And one more point on this before we get to environment actually is that I used to tell this to people in my workshops. I tell them to avoid health arguments because I used to say because ethics is more important, because ethics it's bigger than you and I, it's bigger than our health, it's bigger than all these things we want to talk about. This is life or death, right? So I used to push that message forward. But I would also say, in a logical sense, if you start chatting about health to somebody and you know you've watched a few Mike the Vegan videos or whatever, and then you start chatting the stuff you think you know. They turn around and they say, "Hey, I'm studying like dietary nutrition sciences at university, and I'm actually completing a thesis on human health and biology and whatever." And or if they're a doctor of some sort, they're gonna wipe the floor with you. It's not necessarily the case. Maybe they are just studying that stuff and they don't know what they're talking about. But ultimately, they could absolutely destroy you. And then what are you going to do? Well, you're going to want to talk about ethics, aren't you? So why not just go for the thing? Like, anyone can stand in the street and talk about how they feel about animals, how they feel about life or death for animals, how they feel about people stabbing animals in the throat, or what babies having taken away from their mothers in the dairy industry, or baby chicks getting crushed. Every single human on Earth can stand there and tell you how they feel about that and then what they want to do about it. Every single human on Earth cannot have a discussion about nutrition. And even if you think you can, there'll be somebody out there who knows more than you and will wipe the floor with you and have you stuck. You'll be stuck because you won't know what to say. There's always going to be someone who knows more about, you know, science than you do. Unless you are the expert in the field, in which case, while you are on the streets, go and make some YouTube videos or go and give some TEDx talks, right? But that's not you. So so I say, what are you an expert in? Well, we're all experts in how we feel. We're all experts in you know, we have senses. We can see this is horrible. We don't need to have an expert to come in and tell us, hey, this what's happening to this animal's horrible. I'm an expert and I can tell. No, we don't need that. We can see it with our own eyes and ears, and so can the public. So why the hell would we go off talking about nutrition science in a 15-minute conversation in the street with somebody who may know like way more than you? It makes no sense anyway. But fortunately, the ethics argument is the strongest, and we're going to get to that later. But that's something I used to talk about in workshops as well. So you make a good point, man. It was your point that reminded me of that, actually. So I appreciate that, dude. Environmental, okay. So we said earlier about the environmental stuff that there's a lot of benefits to eating plant-based for the environment or being vegan for the environment, right? Being vegan for the environment. But I'm going to open this up with a statement, okay? So the environment. Do people care about it? So we asked, do people care about their health? Okay. Not really. Do people care about the environment? I'll give you the same answer. Not really. I don't think they do. They use AC, air conditioning. They use heating. They use hair dryers. They fly. They drive cars instead of using public transport. They get plastic bags at the supermarket. They don't recycle if it's inconvenient. They buy plastic bottles when they're in a hot country and they need water, rather than, you know, planning ahead and taking enough water. They just buy a plastic bottle. These are things that people do all the time. Even environmentalists do this stuff, right? Environmentally conscious people do one of or all of those things. So do people really give a fuck about it in the first place? Enough of a fuck to make fundamental life changes. What do you think?
I think it's one of those, like, I think the environment TM has sort of become like this like nebulous term now that people sort of, it's one of these things where it's like, you know how people say like, oh, in Africa, like Africa has just become this country now.
Yeah.
Do you get what I mean? The environment is the same sort of thing. Like a lot of people, they will say that, like, they care about the environment, but it's sort of just like I don't want to call it virtue signaling because I think that's a bit too dismissive, but do you get what I mean? It's like,
it is virtue. It is, though. There's a lot of virtue signaling.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, but I mean like ordinary everyday people who just mean well, like they're not necessarily these like philosophy undergraduates or whatever the insult was. It's not like, they're not these people, like just ordinary everyday people. They do generally purport at least to care about the environment. And I'm sure on a small level, like if there was like a policy that was going to be passed that would improve, you know, some sort of environmental situation, they'd probably be supportive of it. But would they make personal sacrifices?
Right.
That's another thing. Like they don't care about it that much. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah, but this is it basically. So there's that element of it, right? But let's steelman, like we steelmanned the health argument. Let's steelman this argument and say, okay, people do give a shit. Let's just go with that. I don't think they do, but let's say they really do. They're willing to give up a lot of stuff for the planet, TM. And so, so that's where we're up to, right? So how does veganism come into this? Well, veganism, people eat a plant-based diet. And Soytheist just said, "I'm feminist for my health." Thanks so much for the tip, bro. Appreciate it.
The first one he did feminist for the environment. There is actually a thing called ecofeminism, but I don't really know too much about it. I don't know much
about that, man. But anyway, so okay, the plant-based diet it can be part of veganism. It is a diet, like you said earlier, that is considered a vegan suitable diet. Okay, so if you're eating a plant-based diet, i.e., you are you're eating a diet that doesn't involve animal agriculture. Okay, so that would be considered like a vegan diet, right? So that means that you're avoiding the huge environmental destruction that we discussed earlier, all the water, land usage. You're avoiding the biggest uses of all of that. But, and here's where again it gets spicy. How much do you need to do before you undo that good work that you've done by not contributing to that? For example, Lewis Hamilton. He's vegan. He claims to be plant-based. He drives F1 cars for a living. He takes private jets all over the world. He's got mansions. He's got multiple cars at home, big gas guzzlers. His individual life is probably net negative for the planet. However, he is a vegan, right? He's still vegan, even though his impact on the environment is most likely negative, even though he's not contributing to animal ag, right? Or at least it's fair to say it's close, probably. If you consider the F1 stuff, it must be getting close to the damage, right? It's probably either even or he's doing net negative, okay, overall. So okay, but you wouldn't say he's not vegan anymore. He's still vegan. So the vegan for the planet message, well, it doesn't make sense in his case, and it's therefore, does that not make it illogical that you can be vegan and bad for the planet? So how could we possibly say go vegan for the planet when it's very possible to be vegan and bad for the planet? You follow me?
Oh, are you handing out? Yeah, I'm following you. Are you handing over to me, or are you going to continue?
So I was looking for a reaction to that. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. No, I agree.
That's all you got. That's all I bring you here for, man. I brought you here just to be my yes man.
Yes, man.
I had the option of bringing you on or someone who would argue with me the whole time, and I was like, no, sorry, no, I'm kidding. The thing is, the people who would have come on here, right? There was a few people who were giving me shit, and I invited them, and they said no. This is always the case. The types of people, like, I think I've been accused of this before, of only bringing people on who already agree with me. The reason that is because the people that disagree with me won't come on. They won't come on the channel. It's crazy. There'll be people in the live chat right now who disagree with everything I'm saying, and I've offered them to come on. The text is on the screen. Call in and have your say. Link in live chat. They will not click that link, and they will not come on. And it's a shame because, you know, it would be good to hear some opposing views on this. But yeah, so this message doesn't quite make sense. And another way it doesn't make sense, I've got multiple examples, by the way, but somebody brought this up on Twitter, this anti-vegan, and he's a total moron, don't get me wrong, but sometimes, you know, even a broken clock's right twice a day. And he pointed out that and this is what I'm worried about. He said, why do vegans have a problem with these new Chinese pig farms? Have you seen them, Lawrence? These multi-story pig farms.
They look like tower blocks.
They're like tower blocks, like as in apartments where looks like people would live there, you know, those really big huge tower blocks, but they're full of pigs. They're vertical pig farms. So he says, vegans, like, why are you angry about this? They're using so much less land, so much less resources, no deforestation, right? They just built in an inner city and they built upwards. they've actually solved one of the major environmental problems with farming. And all they have to do now is a few of the boxes they need to tick. But ultimately, this is a big step in the right direction if you're talking about the environment. So vegans, why do you have a problem? And the reason he's saying that is because he's pointing out the flaws in the I'm vegan for the planet argument. Because it's unethical, but because lots of vegans don't focus on ethics, he sees a gotcha. He's like, well, they're making that's good for the planet. That's better than before. Why are you bothered? And it is better than before, isn't it? It is. If you're talking purely environmental wise, for animals, it's absolutely fucking disgusting. It's the most horrendous thing to ever happen to them. But if you're talking purely environment, why are the vegan for environment people not happy? This is a great step in the right direction, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I think originally that was why factory farms were invented, was because they were more resource efficient.
Right.
That was why we industrialized it, because it was a more efficient way of. I mean, it's still very inefficient, but compared to what it was before, it was more efficient, which is
exactly the point, you know. And this is one example, and it might be a bad example. I'm sure these multi-story farms are still bad for the environment in a lot of ways. But my point is that as time goes on, they're only going to get better and better for the planet. You realize there's more advancements and technologies going to come along that makes mass farming better and better for the planet. So it can be remedied. So why would you use something that can be remedied to convince people to go vegan when they can not be vegan and possibly have solutions in a non-vegan life? Right?
Yeah, I also had a comment on the thing you were saying before as well. Like when someone says you know, go vegan for the planet, like imagine you've got like let's take this example. So let's say you've got like a very poor person in an impoverished country, right, who is non-vegan. Their carbon footprint, or whatever footprint, water, land use, whatever footprint you want to use, is going to be much lower than a vegan in the West.
Yeah.
Exactly. And so to me, it doesn't make much sense to say go vegan for the environment.
Absolutely.
I mean, I do agree. If you change nothing else about your lifestyle, only changing to a plant-based diet, yeah, you will reduce your impact on the environment. But it doesn't mean that you're instantly good for the environment. Like it just means you're less bad, right? And so when people say do X for the environment, what they are generally getting at is that we need to reduce our environmental impact below a certain threshold, whatever that threshold is. But to focus on veganism and paint veganism is this sort of like silver bullet for the environment makes no sense, because it's just one factor that you can use to bring down. But it's also, you know, like maybe don't have an extra kid, or don't drive a car, or like all these other things are like all of these things are stuff that impact the environment, right?
Yeah.
But so someone could say, oh, well, I'm going to stay non-vegan, but I'm going to do all these other things and actually bring down my impact more.
Absolutely.
Or just offset their impact. You know, they could be non-vegan, but fund the planting of loads of trees or some shit. I don't know.
Absolutely. It's completely flawed. It's a very poor argument. And I know we're talking about, you know, the vast majority of people, you know, switching to veganism and a plant-based diet is going to be most likely better for the planet. But the point is that it's not a bulletproof argument, and we want to stick to the most solid bulletproof points we can possibly make here when we're talking about veganism, not rely on things that can very easily be debunked or in a year or so would be irrelevant because a study comes out that shows actually eating small amounts of fish is very healthy, or a study shows that they've actually improved technology in farms and now they're carbon neutral. I mean, if that happens, then what? Oh shit, oh yeah, well, it was all about ethics and overall, actually. Well, that's no good now, is it? You've already given people these promises, and we'll get to what that means later. I'm excited to get to the conclusions of all of this because it's very important. The things we're going to discuss later, Lawrence, are very important, and this is where people are going to get riled up, I think. Maybe not in our chat, but I think the people who are annoyed are probably quite quiet right now. But I wish you guys would speak up because I want, you know, if you've got points, put them forward, guys, and come on and have a chat with us. But yeah, what you just said there, Lawrence, about some people who make all these other changes, homesteading is a great example of that. Now, obviously, we need to be clear about this. Homesteading is still animal farming, and we're against it because it's unethical. Okay, so that's not changed. But the same. If we're talking about environment, these homesteads, these tiny little what you could call them farms in people's gardens are incredibly environmentally efficient, of course. And you'll be more environmentally friendly than a vegan in a city if you do that, right? So it's a big flaw. By the way, we have somebody who wants to come in.
Oh, nice.
It's called No Miss Mick. Let's have a see.
Are they coming in straight away?
Yeah, I guess so.
Oh, cool. Yeah.
I'll just put them in. Hello.
Hello there.
Hi. Yeah, we can hear you.
I can't.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Oh, you can't hear him, Lawrence?
No.
Oh shit, yeah.
Oh,
if you want to go on without me though, and I'll just stay quiet so you don't have to fuck around.
Sorry, 1 second, Nomis. Sorry, mate. Lawrence, I've got Lawrence on the other call. That's all. I'm trying to figure out a way to bring you so Lawrence can hear you.
Yeah.
Let me think about this. Yeah, Lawrence, it's gonna be weird if you stay quiet though, bro. Maybe I can bring him into our call, but then it'll mess up. Mess up all the screens. Hold up. Let me think about it.
Yeah. I'll try to hold.
Sorry, hold up. Sorry, Nomis. Give me 1 second. I'll try and figure this out.
Well, before we like stream this online, I've got some few questions because I just came onto this debate.
Okay.
And I'm not really good in English too because I'm not really native English speaker.
That's fine.
I'm South Korean, so
sure.
I might stutter a bit.
It's okay.
And I'm not really. Oh, it's okay.
Yes, okay. Just give me 1 second. I'm just going to try and figure out because Lawrence, my other guest, can't hear you right now. I'm going to try and figure out how to make it so you can hear each other. Okay, so just bear with me 1 second. All right, Lawrence, I've muted myself over there. I'm going to try and get him onto this chat, I guess. I don't know. I thought this would work easier, but let's try and get this sorted out. All right. Hey, Novus, so I just sent you a link in the chat here to join a different meeting. And then you can, is it okay if you click that and then I'll bring you through and then we'll be all sorted.
Okay, I'm going to the link
man.
Right now.
Cool. Okay. Good. Hold up.
Oh no,
he's just arrived now. Yeah. Cool. Oh, that works pretty well. Actually. Awesome. Yeah, we can hear you fine. Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear you as well.
Perfect.
So first of all, is it okay if I just speak my ideas right now?
Sure, man. Yeah, why not?
Well, first of all, I'm not a vegan person.
Okay.
And also, I'm not really that good in English.
Okay.
So please excuse me if I stutter a bit.
Sure.
So I'm living in South Korea right now, and I feel that killing animals are a wrong thing to do. Well, I definitely agree with that point of view. However, I face this argument about that about the environmental impact when people convert to vegan. I feel that, or I can have some proof about how converting people into vegan could actually impact the environment in a worse of way.
Okay.
And about that idea, about those ideas, so there's like two kinds of ideas. First of all, one is saying that vegan will make environment better, and another saying that vegan will make environment worse.
Yeah.
And that's about predicting the future, after all.
Yeah.
And since it's about predicting the future, we really can say which one is right and wrong.
Yeah.
So my point of view is that we should take the environment view aside when trying to convert people into vegan.
Okay.
So I'm down to this argument about the ethics view. And I feel that it is down to how people feel empathy towards the animals that are being killed. And since the feeling is based on person's freedom, like you really can't force someone else to feel the way that you feel. And you can't forcing someone to do that actually makes the opposite effect. And that is why I believe that after vegans have made their voices in the society, people are actually fighting against veganism way more than they did before. So,
okay.
So is there actually a way to convert people into vegan without like having these kinds of emotional drawbacks from carnivore peoples.
So, okay, first with the first point you made about the environment stuff, I think that's pretty much what we've been saying along the way. That there's a lot of flaws with it, and I agree with you that I do not think it's a good way for the reasons you said as well to convince people.
Okay.
So, and also by the way, you said your English wasn't very good. You're a liar. Your English is great.
Yeah, it's really good. Yeah.
I'm so happy to hear that.
Yeah, you got great
I've
English,
lived abroad
great
for 3 years, but
great English.
my
Bro.
English kind of sucks between my friends. So.
Oh, you speak great English, man. So that's very good. And so your point about so you talked about first off, you said you yourself are not vegan. Is that correct? Did I mishear that?
Yes, I'm not a vegan.
Okay. And you talked about how you feel that there's like a forceful or something. So what does that mean to you exactly? Because force to me, it means something very specific. It means if I forced you to do something, it would be under a threat, or it would be I won't pay you if you don't do this thing. If I was your boss, or if I was physically threatening you to do that's force. So what do you mean by force exactly when you say that you feel like that's a problem with vegans kind of forcing people?
Well, if you look at the mainstream media nowadays, you can see vegan activists coming out in shows like Piers Morgan.
Yeah.
Was that the guy? Yeah. I mean, the reason you go to those kinds of shows is to show yourself and make your voice up, and in the end, to change the society in the way that you desire to do so. I mean, without such desire to change the society, there's absolutely no reason for you to go into make yourself a public figure and do those kinds of debates. But the truth is, when you change the society, not only you will be affected, but everybody else will be affected in that society. That's an obvious logic. And if that happens, then we will be forcing someone to actually change their feelings and guide their feelings in a way that is uh, in a systematic way. And I believe that's kind of totalitarian society, which we should avoid.
So you mean as in forcing, like as in removing products from the supermarket, or that's what you mean, right? Something like that?
Yeah, those kind of things, and vegan educations might, that's like in an extreme way, that's sort of brainwashing kids. And I believe, I mean, kids are empathetic, and it really, and me personally, I personally think that killing animals are wrong, and we should try to avoid it all the time.
Okay.
And that's why, even though I live in Korea, I try to eat like plant-based diet a lot.
Yeah. Okay. What?
But
okay.
Yeah, you can go on.
Sure. Okay. Lawrence, do you have anything to say? I don't want to leave you just silent there, man.
No, sure. Well, I mean, a couple of things. The first thing is, you said that like you mostly eat a plant-based diet of your own choosing anyway, right? Because you don't agree with harming animals. So I would just say, like, if you feel like there are people out there who have the intention of trying to force you to be vegan, like, just ignore them. Like, you're already making decisions on your own. Just decide for yourself to become vegan, because I think deep down that's the right thing to do. And the only other thing I would say is, you were saying about how like someone going on Piers Morgan and talking about their beliefs, and then that resulting in less non-vegan products being available, and you said this may lead to totalitarianism. I would actually say that's the opposite of totalitarianism, because it's an example of two people who disagree being on TV and sharing their thoughts, right? Which would not happen in a totalitarian society. And also, if you look at, I mean, I don't know South Korea, but I think all around the world, right, we had like VHSs, then we went to DVDs, then we did, and now we've gotten to like Netflix. And these are all processes of products going on and off the shelf, and no one said that was totalitarian, right? So I think it's the same thing with vegan products. It's just more people want them, so they're being supplied more.
Can I make my point?
Yeah, sure, man. Go ahead.
Well, I wasn't saying that through the impact of going on shows, people might like go again. Well, first of all, the thing about Piers Morgan thing, I was thinking that if someone actually became like the president of the United States or president of South Korea, and that guy goes for vegan, then maybe the action of society as a whole might follow the ideas of the president, which is in a high state, which is someone in a high status, and mostly audience have their um in inclinement towards following the ideas of someone with a higher status. So maybe if such situation arises, then it is possible for people to fall into a trap of having a totalitarian society, which stops meat eaters from being meat eaters. And I believe doing such kind of things could be very dangerous. And furthermore, um, the reason this David Rams, is it okay if I just call you Rams?
David, maybe? Or yeah, whatever you want to. You call me whatever you want.
Okay. So
Princess.
the reason David does make YouTube videos is to convert people into vegans, right? Or
yeah,
to
hopefully.
at least induce people's feelings on killing animals, right?
Well, the hope is that people, well, people already believe that this is wrong. Most people already look at what happens to animals and say, "Oh, that's horrible." My goal, I suppose, is to have them actually live that out and not just think, "Oh, that's bad." Actually live it out. Say that's bad, so I'm not going to be a part of it. That's the goal for me. Whether they want to call themselves vegan or not, I don't really care. It's about what they do. I want them to stop paying and participating in these things. That's what I'm hoping from my videos. Yeah.
And so that goes down to changing people's feelings towards certain killings of animals. And if such ideas goes on mainstream, then it really might be trouble, because, well, this goes on to all kinds of, I'm not saying your videos are propagandas, but most propaganda videos are trying to make people feel in certain way, but not to think.
Right. Okay.
And I believe that basis of veganism is on feeling, not on thinking, because you have to feel that harming animals are wrong, and then you have to think to make your actions to not actually harm animals and not to eat meat. So the lowest basis of veganism is to convert someone else's feeling. That is the idea that I had when I encountered veganism and trying to figure out what this like sensation actually was. And I look back in the history, and there were many cases where feeling was the simplest basis and the only basis of certain actions. I mean, if you look at anti-Semitism, you can see that the basis of the idea was that we just hate Jews, Germans just hating Jews. And that, with other combined thinking, actually led to the situations where they were holocausting Jews.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that those two are the same thing, because it's absolutely different things. However, there are really possibilities of making people feel in certain way could lead to dangerous situations like the Holocaust. So
sure.
Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I think,
and I would say
like that.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but I would say that the idea that a lot of vegans absolutely use feelings to drive a message, because ultimately we're feeling beings, and most of the decisions we make are not based on logic; they're based on how we feel. So appealing to somebody's emotions, appealing to somebody's need to be a good person that they're feeling, it's a pretty solid tactic for whatever you're trying to get through. Apart from maybe if it was something like maths, maybe you wouldn't get very far. But you know, in most things, you're going to do pretty well. But even if you didn't want to, if you wanted to actually focus on logic, if you wanted to have a formal debate, then it's absolutely possible to still represent and argue for veganism that way as well. So it's a tactic. It's different people choose to do this in different ways. There are many vegans out there who are coming from a philosophy standing. Either they studied philosophy or they are some kind of scientist, and they don't argue veganism based on feelings. They argue it based on facts and logic, and challenging someone's logic. And you don't even need this is the other thing that I wanted to make clear here. You don't need to care about animals to think what happens to them shouldn't happen to them. As in, you don't love animals, you don't care if they live or die. Well, most people don't care if some random stranger on the other side of the world lives or dies. But if you ask them, hey, would you pay for them to be tortured and killed? They'd say no. They don't care about them, but they'd still say no because although I don't know who they are and I'll never see them, and even if they do get tortured and killed, I'll never know about it. I still don't want it to happen because, and it's not that they feel something strong for that person. It's just that they know that it doesn't align with their values. That it's wrong. It's not right. It's not about feelings. It's about more than that. It's about their ethical perspective, right? Their ethical standing. That's what causes them to say
moral decisions.
The moral.
That's what you're seeing the
yes,
moral decisions.
Absolutely.
It gets down to moral decisions.
Absolutely. That's what we're talking about here. And I had another point, but Lawrence, I can see you were itching to say something, weren't you, just now?
Well, I was just going to say, like, I can understand. Can I ask as well? How do you say your first name? Nomis? Nomis?
Well, you can say it any way you want.
Okay, yeah, but like I can understand how like someone can be skeptical of a message because of the way that it's put forward. Like I think we can all sympathize with that on a range of different things. All I would say is like you can almost kind of, if when you're thinking about what you should personally do, you can almost just ignore the way that it's being put across and just think, okay, well, do I think this is the right thing to do? Do I think this is right or wrong? Like, I know there are these people over there who I disagree with how they're putting the message across.
Yeah.
But I need to just think for myself. I don't have to be influenced by those people. Do I think that using and hurting and killing animals is wrong? Yes, I do. Okay, well, I'll be vegan then. And actually, what I'll do is I'll go around and promote a message based on logic and rationale and not on emotion as I see it, like these other people. And then hopefully I will actually, encourage other people to change what they're doing based on logic and rationale rather than feeling. Yeah. So I would almost just say, like, ignore those people.
If it doesn't suit
decide
you.
Yeah, if it doesn't suit you. Yeah.
I want to ask you a question here. This is a little bit. I think Lawrence's point there would be a great point to just kind of end on. But I do want to ask this question. So you were talking about the society and how people making these moves, or people like preaching or propagandizing or whatever you call it, to society about things that the way things should be can lead to bad things. But we've not talked about how it can lead to good things. I'd just like to ask you a question. Would you say, and I'm not trying to catch you, I'm just trying to like understand you here. So don't take this as like I'm not trying to be a dick. But in the USA, after the slave trade was abolished there, sometime after, they had to bring in laws to make it illegal to discriminate against black people, because many people working in stores or hiring, they were actively discriminating because they were racist, right? And this was something that was still goes on today. And so they brought in laws to tell people, hey, you cannot refuse this person's service based on the color of their skin, and you cannot dismiss them for a job because of the color of their skin. Would you say are you pro that, or are you against that happening?
Well, I'm obviously against racism,
so you're happy about those laws coming in to prevent people from, and that's restricting people's freedom. You see, so when we're talking about, it sometimes can be done for the right reason, right? And that would you consider that to be totalitarian, like stopping people from doing something they want to do for the sake of protecting others?
Well, I believe that stopping things and allowing good things are really different two topics in the aspects of law. I mean, if you stop something, then if you prevent certain actions from happening from people, that could be considered an actual like how should I put this?
Beneficial?
Attacking someone else's freedom.
Right.
Attacking freedom of somebody else. Sure. But if you try to like induce good actions to happen, and in that way, by destroying discrimination laws that were written in the constitutions and the city laws, so that is actually destroying the bad laws, racism laws, and not making prohibitive laws. And I believe that those two things are actually different. So I'm I'm really against making laws that are attacking people's freedom and telling people not to do something.
Okay.
Because
just to cut you, sorry, mate, I don't mean to cut you off there, but I mean these laws I'm referring to, they did absolutely that. They restricted people's freedom. They stopped people from being able to discriminate. People were wanting to discriminate because they had their racist views, and they brought in laws that stopped them. They literally restricted their freedom, but it was for, well, I would argue it was for a good cause, and it was for good reason. These people shouldn't have been allowed to do that legally. So I think I'd argue that it was good. Would you agree that that was a good example of this, restricting freedoms?
Well, thinking in a superficial basis, yeah, I have to agree to you. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, my point is and I agree with you, by the way, in when you say just making meat illegal can cause a problem. I get that. I do get that. And I'm with you on that, because I think the problem will be that if it does suddenly just go pop illegal before most people are on board, we'll end up with underground meat industry. We'll end up with illegal slaughterhouses. We'll end up with, it'll be horrendous. And it might reduce the scale, don't get me wrong, but we will not be solving the underlying issue. But if there are, if we're able to somehow get through to a lot of people and have them realize that this is it's unethical, and if we get to a point where we have technology now to produce products that are basically meat without animals, when these two things come together, making killing animals illegal, it will still piss off some people, but if the majority is on board, that's where I think this would be brilliant. This would happen. Otherwise, we'd end up with some kind of civil war, like America did have when right? We don't want a war, a civil war, because we'd lose.
Meat. Civil war is about meat.
We'd lose. We'd lose that war. You know what I mean? Like we're not like, but maybe in the future,
we're outnumbered by a lot.
Yeah. I would hope that it wouldn't take a war and the killing of hundreds of thousands of people to get this done. I would hope that in the future, we have enough people to realize that actually, and enough products out there as well. And I know it's kind of annoying that we have to, appeal to people's selfish BS, but yeah, the technology is getting so much more advanced that eventually it will be a no-brainer that people would just choose the thing that didn't come from a slaughterhouse. Because if you have two identical products at identical prices, why would you choose the one that came from a slaughterhouse? Like, why would you choose that? You wouldn't choose that. So I don't think this world that you're talking about, where people are forced and stuff like that, I don't think that world will come. I think the world where these other alternatives hit the shelves, that will be here before any kind of civil war scenario comes. I really don't think we'll get there.
Yeah, I think I need to look back on my worldviews where vegan people are in a majority. Yeah, I think I need to think back on my ideas a little bit.
But it's cool. It's great that you came here to share it. And what exactly is like you sound like a vegan. A couple of people in the chat actually said, like, this guy sounds like a vegan. Like, what exactly is holding you back from being a vegan?
Well, first off, there aren't many cheap vegan products that I can eat in South Korea. So that's something hard.
Okay.
Because I am undergraduate in university and I'm making my own money to feed myself, and it really gets hard because I can take other vitamin supplies, but that really costs a lot.
Okay.
So I'm trying to, and secondly, just being a vegan, and in South Korea there are many, how should I call it, alt-right people, alt-right males.
Okay, really?
In my age.
Okay.
Yeah. So they're like listening to Ben Shapiro, Jordan Peterson, who should I say? Like,
okay.
Yeah, those kind of like alt-right people, the deep web, like
I get it.
The intellectual dark web.
Yeah, and they're listening to those people, but in my opinion, they really never made a real debate about veganism and how people should act. So, but they're just like coming out on TVs and say, "Oh, I eat steak and carbonated water only every day," and kids are like, "Man, that's awesome! And I want to be someone like that."
Right.
And kids watching at Andrew Tate, those kind of things.
Yeah.
So it's really hard to fit in with people because they really just cancel me out if I speak on the topics of veganism. And if I just say that I'm vegan, it really makes this situation really awkward,
Right.
especially when you're with boys. And since I'm male, we really can't escape from such situations.
I mean,
And mostly Korean diet is based on meat. And people think that's luxurious thing to do.
So
yeah, and
I would say just first off, man, a good solution to one of your problems is just don't tell people you're vegan. I mean, I know it's difficult because that's one of the core fundamental parts of being vegan is that we have to tell other people we're vegan. So I understand it's hard, but I'm kidding, by the way. But like you don't I mean, it's if it's going to cause problems, it's not like you have to tell people. It's not about you or me. You know, it's about what we don't fund. It's about animals. You know. So if it means you have to be like, keep it to yourself, you know, that it is what it is. About the food availability, though, I mean, I don't know that country at all, but I mean, I'm sure they have like fruits, veggies, and I'm sure they have tofu, right? I mean, isn't that like a core part of the food over in that part of the world?
Yes, we eat tofu a lot, but you really can't do everything with tofu.
Oh, you can. The thing is, like, look, okay, I'll be straight with you here. The thing is I don't know how you're looking at what lens you're coming to this through, like what perspective you're coming through, but if you put the animals in the front of your head, as in, okay, you've clearly seen stuff. That's why you're here. I'm sure you've seen the videos. I'm sure you've seen meat industry, dairy industry, egg industry.
Traumatizing videos. Yeah, I've seen them a lot.
Right. So you know what's happening. If you put that before everything else, then everything else becomes easy. So okay, you say like, yeah, but we can't do tofu with everything. I understand you can't do tofu with everything. I get that. But that's not a reason to put animals in slaughterhouses, is it? Right? You agree with me that that's not a good enough reason, right?
I'm trying to lessen out, and I actually have lessened out by quite a lot.
Yeah.
But there are situations where I have to meet people and do things with them because a man can never be an island, and everybody else is just eating meat.
Yeah.
And that puts me in situations
no, I understand.
where it's really awkward to say something. And if you lived in South Korea, then you would definitely understand.
I understand.
There is this kind of atmosphere that you really can't escape.
Let me tell you one more time, man. Like, I get you, and I'm not trying to undermine or say what you're going through is like not that bad or whatever. But let's be clear. Let's be clear with each other. Yeah, your uncomfortable situations that you are in. Are they worth it? I'm asking you, is it worth what happens to animals for you to be more comfortable in those situations? Do you feel it's more important?
That's a very, you know what I'm gonna say, but it's really hard for me to say that out loud. It's really paradoxic, and God, I hope I can be an actual vegan. But
see, it's okay, man, because I know you're not clearly you're an honest person, and that's why I'm asking you this question rather than dressing it up, because I can tell that you're an honest person. There's no need for me to, sometimes I have to play games with people and try and avoid upsetting them, but I can see that you're not that kind of like that, which is why I asked it, so bluntly. And that's something for you to. That's what I mean, bro. Like, all the advice I can give you here is to tell you that, like, what I've told you, like, the perspective you need to have here is okay, it's uncomfortable for me when the lads are making fun of me. Okay, so does that mean an animal deserves to be killed? No. Fuck no. Okay, so I'll take the shit then. I'll get made fun of, and it sucks, but hey, at least I'm not paying for that, and that's strong, man. That is strength. That is inner strength, that you say, I will not give up on what I believe because you're making fun of me. Right? You can do it all you want. It doesn't matter. I know I'm in the right, and you don't need to agree with me, but I'm doing the right thing, and you're not going to stop me from doing that, no matter how much you make fun of me. I think that's powerful, man. I think that's real powerful.
I'll try to do my best.
Hey, I mean, I'm just telling you, bro, like this, this one thing that the guys that they're listening to, like Ben Shapiro's and Jordan Peterson's of the world. And although some of the stuff they say is really, definitely full of shit, some of the good advice they give is exactly what I just said. It's that you stand up for yourself, right? And, you be a stronger person for it, for sure. And most importantly here, you won't be putting any animals in those horrible positions. That's that's why we're all here in this live stream. I mean, that's why we're here today, right? That's what we're here to talk about.
Yeah.
Lawrence,
I really ain't got nothing to say more.
Say again, sorry.
Oh yeah, Lawrence, you can go on. I really have nothing to say.
Okay. Yeah, I was just going to give one bit of advice. You said you're at university. Do you mind sharing which university you're at?
It's in Yonsei University. It's a famous university, but only in South Korea.
Okay, cool. What, spelled Yonsei?
Yeah, how did you find that out?
Yeah, I just looked it up. I was just going to look up if they have like a vegan society, because most universities do.
That's a good point.
And I was going to say, like, if you're having, worries, yeah. So there's an Instagram account called Yonsei Vegans, right? So I would just maybe look that up if you're on Instagram, and I'm sure you can find information there and go from there. But the reason I was saying that is because I do understand that in some cultures more than others, being vegan can be very socially isolating. And like David said, like, that's not a reason to continue to pay for what is happening to animals. But we can also, be understanding with each other and be like, yeah, it can be rough sometimes.
Yeah, of course.
And so if there are places in the city you're living in or the university you're going to where you can find an already established community of vegans, and again, you don't have to wear like the vegan merch or whatever, like advertising yourself. But if you can find a community and get advice from them, like, oh, where to eat, or, do you have any advice for how to navigate this specific cultural thing in South Korea? You can get that more from them than us two guys from the UK. Do you get what I mean? Because we've just got no experience with South Korea.
There's also a link I just popped in the chat for you there, which is
challenge community.
Yeah, they'll have guys in South Korea. I'm pretty sure of it. Or they'll at least have somebody who has lived there. And they're usually pretty good with that. And that's like that's completely free. You just sign up and they'll give you help with like recipes, where to buy food, what kind of nutrition stuff. If there's any questions you have about where to buy some or like what nutrients you need to keep an eye out for, or like how to get them, stuff like they cover everything, mate. Honestly, it's so with those two links that we've sent you, I think you'd be off to a pretty solid start, man.
Yeah, I would just type in Yonsei Vegans on Google and a bunch of links are coming up. So I would say that's a really good place to start if.
Cool, man. Hey, it was good to have you on, mate. Appreciate you coming here with this.
I really liked it.
Some cool stuff from you, dude. You brought up some really good points. I appreciate that. Make sure you stick around on the channel. I'd love to hear how things go for you moving forward. Maybe you could leave a comment. This video will be on the replay. It'll be in the live stream section of my channel. So maybe in like, I don't know, a week or two, just drop a comment and let us know where you're up to. I'll keep an eye out for it. And let us know how you're doing, man.
Yeah, thank you for letting me speak up. And it's really getting late in South Korea,
sure,
so
man.
I really gotta go sleep. Yeah, bye-bye.
See you later, man.
Oh, cheers, man.
Yes, yeah.
All right. Okay. Let's put you back in the normal.
Well, that went very well.
That was cool. Yeah, it's rare that you actually have someone. You have people who are. Wait a minute. Does that work? Oh God, no. Wait a minute. Hold up. I'm just fixing this. That's really.
I did feel a bit weird when I was saying like, where'd you go to university?
Yeah, I felt weird with that too, bro.
A bit stalkerish.
I was like, what are you trying to dox him? Like, what's your goal here, bro? I was really confused.
Well, I didn't know how else to ask it.
It's like poor guy.
But I wanted to do, because if I just said, oh, there could be a vegan society at your university, like,
right,
I know a lot of people may forget or whatever, but if I actually got the link up for him,
yeah, I get it. Cool. Well, yeah, solid, man, solid. That was really cool. I hope he uses those links and realizes that you can do it. And I agree. He made some great points about the environmental stuff, and let's get back into that again. And so, just before he came on, we were talking about homesteads, right? These like mini like garden farms, or these little, people have animals in their own land, and it's very very minimal. They just feeding themselves, right? Have you heard about these?
Yeah, I know homesteads. Yeah.
So, I realized that I don't think some people do. So I think some vegans seem to think it means grass-fed or organic or some shit. It doesn't mean that. Like homesteads are literally where somebody has a couple of animals in their garden and they look after them and they don't sell anything, or maybe they sell to the neighbor or something like that. But they're not farms necessarily. They are, but they're not. They're still killing animals. It's still unethical, but they're not done in any kind of industrial way.
It's just for like personal use.
Right. And we were talking about how if somebody's doing that, then they are more environmentally friendly than probably than a vegan who lives in the city eating only like lots of vegan junk food and stuff, right? I mean, ultimately, it's most likely that they're going to be more environmentally friendly. So the environmental argument, that's another reason it doesn't add up, and that was what I forgot his name already. Was it what was it?
Nomis.
Nomis.
I didn't know
how
to say it.
Nomis. It's what he was bringing up as well. That one of the reasons that it's not a very strong argument as well. Yeah, let's close off environment. Actually, there's one more point I had to make on that about another reason the environmental vegan message wouldn't be the strongest, and it's actually quite weak, is that the bugs thing. I mean, one of the solutions to our environmental protein problem, right, is that protein is, ultimately producing protein is quite bad for the environment. Well, insects, they're claiming it's very environmentally friendly to farm and kill insects for protein. I don't know. I've not looked into the data on that. But if it is actually environmentally friendly, how are you going to fight against that then as a vegan? If it's more environmentally friendly than it would be to have plant-based protein products like beans, chickpeas, stuff like that. If it's more environmentally friendly to breed and kill bugs, then, okay, what are you going to do then? How are you going to argue against that, environmental vegans? I mean, it's going to be a problem, So...
Yeah,
go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, like, in practice, I would be skeptical that it is more sustainable. But let's just say, for the sake of argument, that it is more sustainable. Like, I just think sustainability and ethics are separate, and ethics is more important. Because I just think, even if getting rid of animal use was less sustainable than having animal use, we should still do it. Do you get what I mean?
Well, yeah. Completely.
It's not like it's like all of the countries in the world that are not as industrialized and developed as the West, like, it will become, the world will be less sustainable when these countries industrialize or as they industrialize more, but it's still good for these people's standard of living to increase, right? Like, sure, we should be trying to find other technologies, but just the fact that something becomes less sustainable doesn't mean that it's the wrong thing to do.
Yeah, exactly. This is the problem.
Yeah, like you can't force people to stay in poverty,
right?
Just because it's
sustainable.
It's like because it's sustainable, and it's like you can't force a pig into a gas chamber because someone could maybe pass off that it's sustainable, right, even though we know it isn't.
Well, this is where the ethics comes in, and this is what it's where the environmental messages can fall down, because what's environmentally friendly can often be completely unethical. It's environmentally friendly to go out and wipe out multiple people, to go out and literally, I won't say any trigger words for YouTube, but to go and end many people with some kind of object that fires things, right?
Big hammer or something.
Like, I don't know, whatever. To go and do something like that is environmentally friendly. These people that go and do that in places of education, these young people that do that, seriously though, it's absolutely disgusting, and it's horrible, it's heartbreaking that this happens, but it's environmentally friendly because humans are bad for the environment, right? We consume, we emit, we do a lot of... Again, the environmental arguments, they're just not strong enough. There's lots of unethical stuff that's environmentally friendly, and who knows, one day, maybe animal ag actually becomes neutral or environmentally friendly. Then what? Technology is rapidly, advancing, and that's a possibility that we could have. So, go on, Lawrence, before we go. We're going to go to the next part now. Even spice. We're going levels of spice. This next level is like, it's coming.
Yeah.
It's coming.
I would also just say, and I'm not sure if this is for the next part.
Yeah.
If you would consider it an outcome, but the only other thing I would say about the environment, which I don't think it as applies to health, but it somewhat applies to health, is that those, like, it's just become a lot more politicized.
Right.
So you're going to have to wade through a lot more like mud to get to your point. Whereas if you just talk about pure ethics, I don't think people's political, like, if anything, like when you're talking about in the environment, right? Lefties fully on board, right wingers not going to be on board. I would say in terms of ethics, right wingers are like, I would say maybe like as open to it from what I've seen.
Yeah.
Like I don't see conservatives being shut off to ethics. I see a lot of them being open to
right.
it. But the environment, they're shut off.
Yeah, because they've been the environmental movement's getting a really bad reputation. And I just did a podcast about this with Nathan McGovern, the guy from Piers Morgan's, that whole shit show with the vegan bingo and stuff, where he made Piers Morgan look like a right bellend. So he came on to talk about the environment stuff because he's part of an environmental group called Just Stop Oil, and they're pretty intense and aggressive. And we actually discussed this. We discussed all the conspiracy theories. We discussed some of the problems with the environmental movement. And he, as a left-wing environmental activist, 100% agreed with everything that I was saying. As in, I pulled up some arguments that I'd heard from other people and some of my own points and some worries that I had about the environmental movement and how it's, the governments are using people like him and the moves they're making to restrict people, and restrict people's movement. And they're talking about bringing in climate taxes, talking about bringing in climate credits so that you can spend your climate credits. But if you spend too many, then you won't be able to take a flight, for example, or you won't be able to buy certain things. I told him all this stuff. He said he knew about all of it and he agreed it was a problem. And he agreed that there's potential that some of these politicians are using people like him and his movement to push this stuff. And it's an issue. So, when you're diving into the environmental stuff, this is the stuff that you're being associated with. They associate people like Nathan with these climate credit, all this crazy control stuff. But he's massively against it. He's against it. And most, sensible environmentalists are against it too, because they don't want to restrict you, the individual. They want the governments to do big changes at the top to make things better for the planet. They don't want you to not be able to drive to see grandma or to fly for a holiday. They don't want to stop you from doing that. The sensible environmentalists don't. But the problem is, like you just said, the conservatives, they see everybody in the same boat. So they see a vegan talking about environmentalism, and they don't think, oh, that's probably a sensible vegan. No, they're like, oh, they want to restrict me. They want to take away my car. They want to take away my stuff. Because, that's what a lot of governments are trying to do. So, yeah, you're right, dude. You're wading into a massive political debate when you try and bring this stuff up. I'm excited for that podcast, by the way. It was really impressive from him, actually. I really didn't expect that he'd have the views that he did. I put him in that boat of, oh, I bet he's going to be like, yeah, we should stop people flying and stuff. I thought he would be saying stuff like that. He was like, no, we want the government to take action. It's not about individual people. And whether they fly or not, it's the government that has the most power to change the emissions and stuff, and make it better. So yeah, I found that really interesting. Good point though. Yeah, good point, Lawrence. Right, the outcomes of this. Right. So we spoke earlier. You talked about what pushing these two messages, health and environment, can do, and the possible outcomes of it, i.e., good or bad. Right. And earlier you gave your example about how the talking about, okay, people go vegan and they start looking closely at their health. That's not really what we were getting at. It's more that what happens when you tell somebody to go vegan for health, right? What happens after that point? This is what I want to talk about now. So the risks associated with that, or the possible conclusion. Now, the obvious conclusion that could be they end up getting into the ethics and they become an actual vegan. Cool. Okay. Possible. But, and I guess you know where I'm going with this, Lawrence. I mean, after spending probably too many hours watching hundreds of ex-vegan YouTubers, what do they normally cite, Lawrence? What do they say are their reasons for not being vegan anymore normally?
Some sort of health issues, and then they spaff in their pants.
It's usually, you're right, it's health issues, and they sometimes talk about the planet too. Right? They say something along the lines of they were sold a lie. They convinced themselves they were having the most healthy way of living and the most, environmentally friendly way of living. And then cracks started to form. And then they watched a couple of anti-vegan YouTubers, and then they were done. Right? And that's kind of how it goes for most of these people. And this is what I see more than often. I don't think I've only ever seen like maybe one or two ex-vegans who actually talk about animals and how they changed their mind about animals. It's usually health and environment, right, that they go with. And then you could say, oh, some vegans say, yes, but me as a vegan, I came from health and then I went vegan. And some other people say, oh, I also came from health. And I've seen a lot of vegans say that. But the problem is, and this is where it gets a little bit, tricky, is that we have a very biased group here. We don't have a control group for this mini experiment. Of course, the people that I interact with are already vegan. So it's more likely I'm going to come across some people who went vegan from a health message, or they originally came into health, right? But there's no control to that because my audience is mostly vegan. But if I ask a general audience who've dabbled or plant-based or whatever, I would put, again, everything I own, which isn't a lot, on the fact that most of the people who flip-flopped or who, went plant-based or whatever, ended up going back. I put my money on the most of them being health-based people. They did it for health. And I'll put all my money, again, on the ones who stuck, the majority of them being from an ethical position, who stuck, right? You follow me here?
Yeah, I agree.
And same for environment too. I would put money on health and environment being the most ones who flip-flopped and ethics being the most who stuck. So why are we using arguments that will most likely lead people to flip-flop and actually never not connect in the end and not actually be vegan, right?
Yeah, I think it's a really odd one because actually, like a lot of the people that I know who have been the sort of most committed vegans, a lot of them actually got to veganism from watching Cowspiracy.
Yeah,
which is really interesting. Cowspiracy, I've noticed, is one documentary, and Earthlings, and I think Earthlings more so, but Cowspiracy still like influenced a lot of people, and I think like what happened, and this can be maybe one of like the pros, like what happened, I think, was that they saw Cowspiracy and realized that they'd been like hoodwinked by the industries on an environmental level, and then they looked into it and found the ethics.
Yeah.
But then they actually find vegan. They eventually like settle on the ethics though, which is the thing. That's the thing that grounds them and keeps them being vegan. It is the ethics. So.
And Cowspiracy has some of that though, because it does have some shocking images.
I can't remember. It was so long ago. It does. Yeah,
it does. And so of course, I mean, because Cowspiracy did open a lot of people's eyes, but it definitely touched on ethics. So I think it's, it touched on a lot of things that were like unethical, immoral. It definitely touched. I remember watching it and thinking, this is more powerful than I imagined it would be. Right. I think that's where it succeeded, for sure. But yeah, I mean, I guess the point I'm trying to drive home here is that human health and the environment, they're on a sliding scale of importance. It moves constantly. It flows constantly, doesn't it? As in, health's not important until you're sick, and then it's important. And when you're not sick, it's not important anymore. Like if you're healthy, you're not health isn't important. And the environment's important when there's some kind of disaster or flooding, pollution, making your life a bit shit. Or when the air is clean and you feel bad. But when everything's fine and dandy and it's nice and clear and you're having a good time, then it's not important. When you're at the supermarket and you forgot your reusable bags, it's not important anymore. You buy plastic bags, right? So it's on a sliding scale, isn't it? And I just don't see why we would base life-altering decisions on such shaky foundations. And I would put my theory here that this is what leads to ex-vegans, is because they're basing complete lifestyle changes on foundations that are already shaking, because it's a sliding scale of importance. It's not constant, is it? That my health is always important. No, it isn't though, because you eat a burger when you're drunk and you get drunk. So it's not that important. It depends on how you feel on the day. Whereas animal rights, as in whether or not to pay for someone to die, to be hung upside down and have their throat slit in a slaughterhouse, well, it's not a sliding scale as to whether that's right or wrong. That's far more powerful as to, oh, that's always wrong. No matter if I'm hungry, no matter if I feel tired, if I feel lazy, that's always wrong. Whereas my health, well, I'll be all right. I'll just go to the gym tomorrow. I'll work it off. Or the environment, okay, I'll plant some trees. It'll be all right. It's a sliding scale of importance. You feel me?
Yeah, no, I get you. Yeah. No, I get you. It with the environment and the and health, it's more of just like a continual spectrum of grey. Whereas with ethics, like, okay, maybe you can't say ethics is black and white, but it's a lot more black and white than it is grey. You know, and it's like with health and the environment, like it's much more easy to just in the moment, sort of, what would you call it, like. Relax your principles or whatever.
Definitely.
So, for example, I went through a stage of trying to be very environmental. So, like, I tried to not buy things wrapped in plastic. And one day I just got to the point where I was like, you know what? Like, whatever. Like, it's not gonna, what is me, like, wasting my time doing this? Not gonna. So I just gave up one day. Like, sure, okay, I don't go around just like,
just buy 5
picking
bags.
up plastic
Why not?
bags and throwing them. Yeah, exactly. But like, I just got to the point where I was like, why am I making all this effort when it's going to have hardly any like impact? Like at some point, the bags will be replaced because of some technological change, and whoop-de-doo.
Yeah.
But like me spending all this time dicking around is not going to do anything. But with ethic, and it's the same with health. You know, it's like, oh, I get, I mean, I don't drink, but if I did, like, oh, I got drunk one night, one kebab or whatever, like, it's not, in the grand scheme of things, it's not going to do anything.
Yeah.
But with ethics, like there are individuals that you're literally paying for. Like you don't just, oh, it's like for me, if like let's say I'm in an airport or something, like if I was in an airport and I was like I had to run for my plane. Well, I mean, if I was doing environmental things, maybe I wouldn't be getting a plane anyway. But you get what I like. Oh, I was running for my very efficient plane that did not use fossil fuels.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, you know what, fuck it, I'm in a rush, I'm just gonna get this one wrapped in plastic, or I'm gonna get this unhealthy thing. But I wouldn't go, oh, I'm in a rush, let's stab a pig. No, I would just skip that meal. Do you get what I mean?
Exactly.
Yeah,
exactly. No, that's exactly it. And this is again, it's where these basing your life altering decisions on those shaky things that you just talked about is going to lead to people going back on themselves and lead to them making excuses to do that. Whereas if you're making an ethical connection and you're telling people, hey, it's about animals, it's about ethics, then it's far less likely they're going to go back, because like you said, it's you're not going to find many people who just say, well, yeah, I know it happens, but I decided that I'm cool with it. Well, no, they make excuses instead. They say, well, there was this, there was that, there was this, there was that. And it's much harder to make an excuse against it. It's much more difficult to lie to yourself about that. And this is it's much better. I saw someone make this interesting argument on Twitter that the reason they don't only talk about animal ethics is because they get bored of having the same conversation. And I couldn't believe that. I double read it. I was like, is that what they're saying? Are they really saying that? It was phenomenal that they actually believed that that's a good enough excuse to not use the best tool in your toolbox, is because they were bored of having the same conversations. That just popped into my head. Now, by the way, we have another caller. It is someone called Taryn. Let's bring Taryn in for a chat. Hello, can you hear us? I guess not. Hello? Hello?
Taryn, you're on mute.
Oh, okay.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now, yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, guys, I just wanted to ask you.
Yep.
You've stopped talking.
I think I don't know what happened there. Hello?
Sorry about that.
Okay.
So, I was just doing a Dominion.
A what, sorry?
A debate?
Yeah, I was just doing a Dominion viewing tonight.
Okay.
Sorry, I keep hearing myself playing back to me. It's weird.
You might. Oh, is it because the live stream's on at the same time? You maybe want to.
Oh, sorry, 1 second.
Mute the live stream. That's why.
Yeah, so I was doing a Dominion viewing, and there was these people coming in and saying that they were ex-vegans.
Yeah.
And I was just wondering, like, how do you guys keep these people out when they're interrupting your Dominion viewing?
Wow. Wait, what were they saying?
What exactly were they doing?
They were like, hey, I just want to come in and say, and they're totally interrupting the viewing, and they're like, I used to be a vegan and it ruined my health. And they're just
my God. Oh my God.
Like, where did you guys even come from? I didn't invite you to this viewing.
Wow. And then what were they like standing up and announcing this after the viewing? Is that how it was going?
Yeah, I was doing it in Discord though, but they were just like popping in.
I thought you meant like physical.
Oh, right.
I was like, oh my God, I can't believe that. They physically turned up to an event. Okay, so it was Discord. Okay. I mean,
because
can you not just, you can just remove them, right? If that happens in Discord, you can just boot them.
Yeah, that's true. But I don't like make it a habit to just boot people. I do want to kind of make an example of them at the same time.
Okay. Go on, Lawrence, man. It's okay.
No, yeah, I was just gonna say, like, I don't know, like, exactly how, you know, sometimes with, like, when you're screening an animal rights documentary, everyone who turns up is vegan anyway. So, like, if the audience is vegans, then, like, maybe, like, just boot them because you don't need the hassle.
I go into anti-vegan spaces to show Dominion viewings.
Okay, cool. Well, that was probably why they turned up then, right? So yeah, so if you're in a place where a lot of the people watching are not vegan or anti-vegan, then I actually think it's probably good to engage with these people, because if you mute them, then people are just going to see that and be like, oh, you know, the vegan, they're scared, you know, they're hiding from like whatever. They don't have arguments. So, you know, I would just I would like engage with these people. I mean, if they're being like very like aggressive or something like that, and then like just say, I'm not putting up with your shit.
Yeah.
Mute them. But
and I would say
it really depends.
I'd say I agree with Lawrence here. Like, I mean, if it's a situation where you're having great conversations with people and it looks like people are asking nice questions and it's open conversation, and then these people jump in and just start talking about all this stuff, it depends on how they're doing it. Like Lawrence said, if they're being, if they're just literally there to cause trouble, or if it appears that they're lying, which is also quite likely, like people like to troll this kind of thing, then you've got to boot them immediately. Just tell the people, I believe they were trolling. I don't trust them. I think they're just trying to make you guys confused, because a lot of people do that, you know. They like it. They get off on it. They enjoy the attention. So I guess it's hard to tell, but and also you'll probably also find that 9 times out of 10 these people don't actually have any evidence for what they're saying. So you could also try and do that. You could say, oh, it's great. Did you do tests? What tests did you do? You went to see a doctor. What tests do you have the results? So we can all have a look together, because this would be really useful for us to understand what went wrong for you, so we can figure it out. 9 times out of 10, they don't have any tests. They don't have any results. They have no evidence. They just have anecdotes. And then at that point, you can say, well, it's your word versus my word and hundreds of thousands of vegans' words. So we're not going to get anywhere, are we? I can't help you. Like, how are you supposed to help you? You don't have anything to show us for us to help you with. You're just saying words. So
yeah, and it's always the people who aren't watching the documentary from the beginning. They just kind of pop in the middle of the viewing, right? And they're just like, hey, I somehow had a suspicion that there were vegans doing vegan stuff here, and it's like, it sounds trolly, and trolly at worst, and insincere at best, like dishonest at best. It's tough to navigate, but ultimately that's the kind of the road I always go down. If someone wants to just give anecdotes, I'll push them for something more than that, and normally they don't have it. And then for the general audience, it's, well, listen, they don't have any evidence for what they're saying, so I would take it with a pinch of salt. The best thing you can do, if you agree with the ethical stuff, which I know you do because you're not evil, then let's do it the real proper way. Let's get you the nutritional advice you need, and let's get out there and don't listen to that person because you don't even know if they're telling the truth. But you can take it yourself, and you can have help from dietitians in Challenge 22, and you can go out there with all the information you need and see for yourself, can't you? You don't need to go off random person's anecdote.
Yeah, I always make it a point to say, you already get this because you're saying that you used to be a vegan. I know that you understand that this is wrong, and I want to get them to admit that they know, but they just keep going in on I was going to die.
Yeah.
Well, I think like these sort of anti-vegans, they're usually like not the ethical type of person, right? Like they usually were doing it for health, or they were never vegan. Like they just say they were vegan. They just want like some sort of identity badge. But because I think some of them, they see veganism as like the status quo, which it isn't.
Right. They think it's.
I don't know where they get. Yeah, but they think it's the status quo, and they want to be an edgelord. So they think that abusing a squirrel is going to do that.
It's quite funny how that's progressed, isn't it? They think that we are the not the what is it called? Oh God, what is it called? The establishment. They think we are the establishment, as in vegans are the ones who are. And the reason they think that we are the establishment now is because
they always say that. They're like, this is an agenda. You guys be scared. They
New World Order.
You guys
but you know why?
don't listen to the.
You know why they're doing this? It's because, and this is what I've been trying to fight against myself, but it's really hard because the people who have caused this problem have actually convinced the vegans that we're on the same side as them. And the people that have caused these problems are things like the UN and their agenda for like 2030, things like the World Economic Forum and their agenda. And they have created this world view where actually it seems like vegans are on board with everything they say. But the things they say, it actually is an agenda to restrict freedoms. It's an agenda to charge people money for doing certain things, like, for example, using their car or flying, or in this case, eating meat. These things are not conspiracy theories. They're actually real. These things are actually being discussed by these groups. And they think that vegans, we're all the same. And so they say it's a new world order. It's the agenda. They're trying to force it on us. And then we have to defend ourselves and say, no. That's not, we're not part of that. We're just about animals, man. It's not, we don't want to, bring in these crazy carbon laws and things to screw you over and stop you from getting a train or whatever, or stop you from getting a flight to go see grandma. We're not about that. We just care about animals. But unfortunately, the stuff that you're facing, Taryn, where they say, oh, you're the agenda, this is where it comes from. And I don't know how much you know about the World Economic Forum and the UN agenda and stuff, but if you learn about that stuff, and when someone brings this establishment stuff up, if you tell them, oh, you mean the UN stuff and the WF stuff, and they say yes, you say, yeah, I'm not on board with that. That's not why I'm here. That you've got it all wrong. And usually they'll lighten up a bit, I've noticed after that. Usually they're like, oh, really? You don't want all that?
It's because you've established common ground, right?
Right. So and you've shown what you've not acted like they're an idiot. You tell them like, oh, I know what you mean. And I also think that's pretty scary, if you've learned about it, like. And then they'll soften up a bit, because ultimately that's what we're talking about, ethics here. We're not interested in global shifts and of system shifts and restricting people, controlling them, stuff like that. But they think we are.
Yeah, and when you're the one showing the documentaries to a group of anti-vegans and non-vegans, they want you to just be like, come on, can we please just hunt? We're not going to support factory farming, but can we please just keep hunting and fishing and and going out and getting honey and collecting eggs like Easter bunnies? It's like, I'm not going to tell you that you can do that. Why are you trying to get me to say that you can go and do weird stuff like that? You don't have to. Yeah. And they're like, we're going to prove that we have to go and collect eggs like Easter bunnies. We're going to make you admit that we have to do that. It's like, you're never going to get me to admit that you have to do that.
I mean, you can probably respond with something like, oh, you can do all of those things if you want to. No one's saying you can't do it. You can do it. I'm trying to convince you not to do it. That you can do anything. You can walk out and slap someone in the face. That's totally possible for you to do right now. Would I say to do that? No, I would not recommend to do that, because it's not fair on the individual you slap. That's what I'm hoping to do with animals too. I'm hoping I can convince you to not do things that you can do, right? So, I mean, that's a way around it. If you want to, take that for future, like, you don't need to fight them on that. He's like, yeah, you can do that if you want to do that. You can do that. I can't stop you. But I hope you will stop. You know.
Yeah, I say like go and eat roadkill if you really want to. Go be a road Easter bunny if you really want to. But I also want to make a point that these backyard eggs and everything,
Yep.
like the chickens are coming from somewhere, and I want them to admit that they're laying a very unnatural amount of eggs.
Right.
And that if we really cared about them, then the people wouldn't. You just wouldn't do that. We wouldn't have as many of these animals. They're Franken animals at this point.
Yeah.
So I do just want to get that image of what the world is going to be like when we just stop artificially inseminating. So I'm always making a point that they know that animals are being artificially inseminated. And they've been telling me, well, they all either have farms themselves or they know somebody with a farm that they're getting all this stuff from. And they actually started telling me that they are chest sticking cows and stuff. Have you heard the term chest sticking?
Chest sticking. I've not heard that. I've no idea what
that
is. Do you know what that is?
So
no, I've never heard of that.
They're saying that it's like just euthanasia, the way that you would do to like your cat or dog, and that they're getting their meat from these places where the animals are living their full happy life, and then they're just getting chest sticked. That's what they're calling it.
Okay, I've seen. I'm googling. Yeah,
well, it's in like injected.
It's just a knife
down,
just straight into the heart, basically from the front. That's what.
I mean, that's not what they do to dogs and cats.
No,
but...
yeah, it's weird. Yeah, they're clearly chatting shit, and I think you've chosen quite a. I mean, these Discord groups. I'm gonna go ahead and assume that it's mostly men that you're talking to. Would I be right?
Yeah, there's like no other females.
Right. So yeah, you've chosen possibly the most combative and difficult space to go in to go into. So it doesn't surprise me that, you know, going in there against these dudes is that they're coming out with all this bullshit. But I really do commend you for doing it, because that's, you know, even for a guy going into going into conversations with massive rooms full of other guys is intimidating. So I can imagine, you know, I know how rough it is. So, but yeah, you're always gonna, when that happens, that you're always gonna come up against this. You get this nonsense kind of bravados, and then they kind of egg each other on. You know, you get this kind of, what do you call it, Lawrence? It's like a guy. We do this, don't we, guys? We're like when one
toxic masculinity.
No, not toxic masculinity. But like when one guy says something silly, and the other guy says there's something sillier, and then it just gets stupid, you know, very quickly. Or what would you call that?
I don't know, just banter. I don't know if there's a term for that.
Yeah, it's like it's very easy for, so, you know, you'll have some guys who were listening and they were thinking, wow, this is really inspiring me. And all it'll take is 2 or 3 other guys to say some stupid shit, and they will just be dumb with them.
Yeah.
So it's really, you're doing really hard work there, you know, in these groups for sure.
But they still believe in the Easter Bunny, bless them.
Yeah. And they're quite young as well, I guess, because Discord, right? It's not really a space for oldies like me.
We're pretty much all in our 20s or 30s.
Okay, that's interesting. I've only, like, when I've been on there and done outreach, it's been mainly people who've sounded at least like they're like between the ages of, honestly, at 15 to like 21. Actually, I've even, like, some people have come on and I've been like, shit, should I be talking to this guy? He sounds like 14. This is weird. But
can I ask you a quick question? Like, how do you even organize Dominion screenings in an anti-vegan server? Like, I didn't think they would be open to something like that.
Actually, a lot of vegan debates are happening on the Crucible YouTube channel lately.
Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah. They're like hardcore Christian conservatives, right?
Not all of them, but yeah, we share a lot of opinions on a lot of things, and then I would say I'm the only person that's actively trying to show Dominion in that group in the Discord. I would really like it if more people would go in there, actually. It's called The Foundry on Discord if you want to join and try and join in on the viewings, because a lot of people do go in there. And it's a pretty big YouTube channel. They got Vegan Gains. They just had some vegans on there tonight who were talking to a farmer. I'm trying to get them to look into Joey Carbstrong. It's surprising to me that they don't know who Joey is.
Yeah.
I think they didn't they recently have Vosh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow, okay. That's crazy. I didn't know they were getting such like big, you know, philosophy names in there. That's interesting. I didn't know the Foundry existed either. Or maybe I heard about it, but yeah, Yeah, I'll can definitely consider doing that for maybe for a video sometime. We could do some live stuff.
Yeah, that would be some really good content.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to tell people listening, like, you know, it is a lot easier having these conversations with people that you don't know. I understand it's really hard to have these conversations with friends and family, but you can have these conversations with anybody, like every day, and it's really not hard. Just keep having these conversations. It's really important. Do it. Use social media as a tool. Keep showing these videos, and I think we do stand a chance. So I just wanted to let everybody know that.
I appreciate that, and again, I really commend you for doing this. This is hard work, especially with the kind of places you're putting yourself into and the kind of people you're arguing with. So yeah, big respect from me. Please do keep that up, and I'll see you in there at some point. Hopefully I can have you as backup when I go for it with some of these people.
Yeah, it's definitely going to make for some good content, so I hope I'll see you in there soon.
Cool. Lawrence, you're going to come as well?
Yeah, I'm up for it. I actually just searched for it and couldn't find it, so
okay.
If someone could send me a link.
Cool. Okay. Maybe you could put it in the chat, Taryn. Is that possible? Put it in the live chat
I'll
for
do
everybody.
That.
Perfect. Lawrence, you can go in there and debate antinatalism. I'm sure they'd love that, the Christians.
Yeah, I was actually thinking a while ago of getting in contact, but then I thought about it, and then I just thought, like, I'm not sure I can really be bothered with religious people. Like, I don't mean to be rude, but I just, like, it's just the world views are so different. I don't want to have to, like, do the God question. No, and it's like, oh.
Yeah, that's the same for me. I think I would probably just duck out if we started getting too deep in the religious stuff.
Yeah, in religion.
But
actually, I've been doing some antinatalist stuff in there, and if you just write out who they really want to talk about the legal stuff about it. They're really interested in knowing, like, how are you going to legally enforce all of this? So just, like, prepare what you're going to say in response to them, and
just mass sterilize it. No, I'm joking.
Well, Taryn, it was good to have you. Thanks so much for coming on and sharing this with us. And hopefully we helped you out a bit with that. Sounds like it was brutal, but thank you for doing it. Thank you again for getting in there and exposing people to Dominion. It's really important.
Yeah, we'll keep doing that. And thanks for having me on, guys. Talk to you later.
See you later.
Can I are you still there? Can I quickly ask something?
Yeah.
Are you veganism online?
Yeah, I am.
Oh, right. Okay. Nice to actually speak to you. I kind of worked it out early on, but I wasn't sure. And then when you mentioned antinatalism at the end, I was like,
so wait, I know who you are. I've seen you. You call some shit on Twitter. Oh my God. I'm so surprised. Like you I would never have expected this to be you because you seem, no offense, on
your tweets
on
are
Twitter,
in all caps.
You are like, yeah, you go hard on Twitter. So like, and you're so chill now. So I would never have made that connection. That's so funny.
Well, join the Discord and you'll see maybe how I handle with the anti-vegans. With you guys, it's a little bit different.
Yeah, well, no, for sure. No, I mean, what I mean is also that I'll tell you now to your face, sort of, as kind of to your face. But yeah, I've been seeing your tweets, and I got to say, we agree on more than just. I don't want to get into it, okay? Because people can speculate about what we're talking about here, but there's a lot of stuff you say as well as veganism, and I just want to say keep it up because you're taking a lot of shit for some of the stuff you're saying, but I think you're right on a lot of it. And again, I'm not going to get into it now because it's just going to cause a whole load of shit if we do. But maybe one day we will. But keep it up.
Yeah, and to everybody watching, go back and look at David's old videos and see what we're talking about. He talks about this stuff too. You don't have to abandon all these other things about yourself to be vegan. Don't let people tell you how you have to be if you're vegan.
100%.
There's vegans of all religions, vegans of all sexualities, and all these other things. Yep. But at the same time, we're fighting against people who want to paint us all as the same. So just keep pushing back on that and be yourself and be vegan, and your family will accept you one day. It's been quite a long time for me, and my family is, after years, just accepting me as a vegan. So yeah.
Awesome. Thanks again. And yeah, we'll keep in touch.
Yeah. Thanks. Gonna keep watching this stream. Have a good day, guys.
See you later.
Bye.
Bye.
Cheers, Darren. Bye.
Awesome. Yeah, it's so funny.
Nice little twist at the end.
Yeah, that's good. Oh, sorry, dude, I just took you off there. Hold up. Yeah, good call, man. Calling that out and making that apparent, because I didn't click at all, and yeah, very interesting, very interesting. And what she said at the end there is so important, that what we were touching on there is basically there's a diversity of political beliefs within the vegan world, the vegan communities of the world. But if you looked on the outside, you wouldn't think that, because within the vegan world, there's a lot of people that don't want people with certain political beliefs to be part of this. They actually want to actively exclude them. And
bigots.
Yeah, bigots. Yeah, exactly. And I've spoken about it before, as Tyrone was mentioning, in my older videos, where I tell people, you be whoever you are, whatever you know, most people don't have extreme political views. They just have opinions that tend to fall on perceived sides of different causes or whatever, and perceived sides of different arguments. And people like to categorize them as good or evil based on the opinions they have, and that they're not vegan for some opinions they have. And it's just absolutely crazy. And Taryn's been a victim of that recently on Twitter, I noticed, for having some opinions on some stuff that was not related to veganism, but people are trying to claim that she's not a vegan because of those opinions. And, you know, it really, really annoys me when this happens, because we can have opinions that are deemed controversial, or, you know, but people like to categorize certain opinions as harmful, or, you know, bigoted or discriminatory or whatever. And you know, that they're not. You're allowed to say things. You're allowed to have opinions on stuff, even if they're controversial, and it doesn't mean you're not a vegan anymore. Okay, guys, you can talk about stuff. But yeah, the vitriol coming from these more kind of dogmatic vegans on one side of the political spectrum, it can really suck. And it's not conducive to a vegan world, put it that way. Not everybody's going to be on your side on politics, but everybody might be vegan one day. But if you start excluding them because they're not on your side on other politics, then we're never going to have a vegan world, and the animals are going to continue to be in slaughterhouses as long as we keep doing that, right? So, yeah. Do you agree with that, Lawrence?
No, I think all bigots should be rounded up. No, I'm joking. Yeah, it just makes no sense. Sorry,
not just all bigots. Sorry. Everybody that I think is a bigot, you know, needs to be rounded up.
Everyone I disagree with, on these specific issues. Yeah, but it also just makes no sense, right? Like, they're like, I don't know, imagine if someone's like homophobic. Like, obviously they shouldn't be homophobic, but let's say they are. Like, if they're homophobic, does that mean that they can't then support charities for blind children? No. Like, what? Are you an idiot?
Of all the things, that was just, I laughed because it was so random. That's what made me laugh. Like, the blind kids aren't funny, but you know, the way you said it was...
Yeah. But we should just be laughing at these people who are saying this about veganism. Right. It's just like, just because someone has a completely unrelated opinion doesn't mean that they can't be against, you know, animal exploitation. It's just it's just like the most smoothest brained. Like,
hey, that's ableist, bro. You're not a vegan now.
Well, no, Catherine Klein used it and she's progressive, so I'm...
Oh, man, that's a call out right there. Are you trying to get her cancelled? What's wrong with you, bro?
It's in a public video.
Soytheist just tipped. Thank you, dude. You're a legend. Said $6.66. So far, the numbers he's used, he wants me to mention the numbers he's been using. So 666. Earlier on, he tipped $6.90 because it's 69. And then before that, he tipped $4.20 because, you know, weed. So thank you, Aditya. I mean, I appreciate the tips, bro. I appreciate the tips and these hidden messages, these very subtle hidden messages of naughtiness in your chosen numbers. Love it. It's great to have you back, by the way, Aditya. Hopefully see you making some videos and stuff soon. We've missed you, mate. Haven't we, Lawrence?
Yeah.
I think everybody has. Dude, there's nobody out here calling out woke nonsense right now. You know, there's like a gap. It's like it's just gone, you know? this world is like disappear. We need him back. We need him back again.
Yeah, we need Soytheist as the meat shield for the vegan movement.
The meat shield. What do you mean?
Yeah, you know, like a meat.
Is that some like sexual thing?
Someone... Like... No, it's not a sexual thing. No, you know when you use someone as a shield,
right?
So they get hit with all the things, and you don't.
All the spunk.
Yeah, and it's And it's like Aditya is getting all the controversy.
Yeah.
And we're all hiding.
Okay. Yeah, to be fair,
he's getting absolutely facial.
He's getting bukakied.
Yeah. It's ridiculous. Like, he's changed races so bad.
Yeah. All right, let's get back to it then. That was a nice intermission. And now we're going to get back into
and a nice image.
Really nice image. Oh yeah, I'm gonna think about that a lot. So right, we were talking about how we can absolutely see that lots of vegans ended up being vegan because first of all they looked at a plant-based diet for health and they looked at it for environment and then they became vegan. This happens a lot. However, as I was saying, just reiterating this so we can move on. We're biased when we see this because we are obviously talking to groups of vegans, right? So of course, it's highly likely that lots of them will have come to veganism that way because we're just talking to vegans. It's a probability that, it's a statistics thing, right? It's probable that we're going to see more vegans who've done that when we look at a room full of vegans. But if we expand our view out way further than that to just average people, general public, and then how many of them considered veganism or were plant-based and then weren't anymore, we're going to see that I would, again, put all my money, not a lot, but all of it, on the fact that most of them went flip-flopped and went back to like standard diets because they changed for health or environment. Right. So knowing that, or at least I'm theorizing that this is a theory, but I mean, I can't see a reasonable reason that it wouldn't be true. I feel like it's most likely going to be that case, right? If somebody wants to argue against it, then yeah, just click the link and you can join in and we can discuss it. But so what's the best way for us to use the environmental or health messages if we're going to use them at all? Because let's say somebody's married to these ideas. Let's say, no, they don't want to stop talking about these things. They still want to talk about them. Okay, fine. Then what's a more effective way of doing it? What's a more safe way? That's the better word I'm looking for. A safe way to do it then, because the ways we discussed earlier, veganism for health, veganism for environment, it's not safe and it's too shaky. It's too subjective. It's not good. It's not strong, right? What's a stronger way of doing it? That's what I want to get into now. So,
do you want me to go?
Sure. Yeah. If you've got something.
The first thing I would say is wait for them to bring it up. So let them lead you into that part of the conversation. I wouldn't like volunteer the environment or health. So let's say they're like well up for environmental or health stuff. Then, go down that path if you feel comfortable with it. And I would just like always err on the side of caution and just say, like, with environmental and health stuff, it can be healthy, it can be sustainable.
Yes, I agree.
I wouldn't make any like big claims. I would just say both of these things are entirely possible. That's literally all you need to do. Because all you need to establish with these people is that it's, like they're not like, cutting off their leg or something. They're not like making there's not some big health cost. And the world is not going to, go into some sort of like death fire, scorched earth because people go vegan. So those are the only two things you need to sort out. Once you got those, you can be like, right, well, we've established you can do those two things, move it aside. Now let's go back to ethics. Like,
yeah, I really appreciate what you said about the wording you're using here is important. It's like you can do these things. It can be healthy or healthier if you do it the right way, if the plant-based diet's done the right way. Cutting out all of these products from animal agriculture is a good thing for the planet. It is that's a good action. That's a good action for the planet. It's true. You could be good for the environment if you live a specific lifestyle that's also vegan. So it can work together. It can be cohesive. Being a vegan for ethics can be cohesive with being a good person for the planet too. The word being can be, right? It's all about it can be good and it can be done well. That's what it's about. But the reason to make this choice is not those things. It's much bigger. It's about life or death. It's about the ethics is the core driver here. And these things can be things that can come as well. Because I think personally that and I guess you're going to agree with me here, I want veganism to become as fundamental to society as we see not being a racist here in the West, right? Because now in the West,
racism is, in most of the West, racism is just, it's a core thing that you shouldn't be, right? And if people see you being that way, the vast majority of people will not like it, and they'll feel uncomfortable, and they'll do or say something about it. So, for example, the N-word, right? It's so fundamental to us to not say it because it's a racist word, and because it has all of that racist history, that we don't even say the word. We have to say the N-word. That's how fundamental, and how that I want the vegan message to be, the veganism to be. I want it to be at a point where it's so much of our core being that we just, you know, this is how we act. The same way we view racism, I want us to view non-veganism that way, right? And we're not going to get there with promises of health or environmental bliss, are we?
Mm. Yeah, we have to make carnism the new C word. I was at a in London, which is where I am for anyone that doesn't know. We have like a vegan debate club, and we had our like latest gathering a couple of nights ago, and we had a specific debate topic which we don't need to get into now. But one of the things we wanted to quickly like establish at the start is like, what do we want our endpoint to be with like the vegan movement?
Right.
And one thing I proposed is like, basically a good endpoint for the vegan movement seems to be this, which is that we want animal exploitation to be viewed in the same way that human slavery is now.
Right.
Like we have legal prescriptions against it. You will be prosecuted if you do it. There is heavy cultural rejection of it.
Yeah.
You know, all these sorts of things. So you've got cultural law. You know, it's like you know, there's like economic, you know, people will boycott trading with you in some, you know, if that, and all this sort of stuff. So that seems like a decent point to get to, like what you were saying, like
basically,
have it viewed in that way.
And we're not going to get there by talking about, you know, oh, it's good for your health though. It's like, for example, it would be the equivalent of saying, hey, look, this black dude just got brutalized by white police in the States, and there's a lot of that's happening, quite a lot from both black and white police officers. Actually, they're brutalizing a lot of black people. In some cases, they're not doing anything. In some cases, they are not resisting, but it's still happening. Okay, so we should get out on the streets and protest, but not for that reason. Actually, because when we protest, we shut down the city center, and that's fantastic for the environment. We can actually shut down the traffic for a couple of days, and then we can help get cleaner air. What are you talking about?
And it's good for your health because you get a good walk in.
You get a good walk in. You get a good walk. You get your heart pumping.
Get those steps.
And if you're black, it's good for your health because hopefully you won't end up getting beat by police. So it's great for your health. It's like, why would like the BLM movement focus on the health or environmental benefits? And then, okay, the argument back to this may be, well, hey, look, humans and animals are different. Okay, people care about black people. Do they? And this is controversial right now. Do white people care about black people? Really? Black people are a minority in the West, right? And up until recently, the answer's been no. No, they really didn't. That's why the BLM movement has largely been trying to fight for people's attention for so long, because ultimately we're white majority countries, and people don't really care about things that don't affect them or their people, right? This is how we are. We are tribal. We only care about the people that are like us, right? So no, actually, that's not true. So how did BLM get people to care, right? In the last, with the stuff with George Floyd, how did they get people to give a shit? Was it by telling white people of the world that, well, you know, we'll save the environment if you come out and protest? No, they showed the footage, and it got shared, and it got pushed on everyone, and they explained how, you know, this is wrong, and this is unethical, and they drove that message home. Now, you can talk about all day about some of the methods they used and whether they, you know, some people in that organization, whether they had good intentions or not. It seems like a lot of people were trying to cash in, and that's really sad. But ultimately, what worked to get people to care was not environmental or health benefits. What got people to care was the injustice and the violence, and wanting that to stop, and wanting to be a good person is what got people to post black squares. Wanting to be a good person is what got people out to the protests, not a promise of them being healthy, right? They were appealing to people's morals and ethics, and that's what worked.
And I know, again, I know for a fact that, of course, animals are still very much down on the scale of importance for people when it comes to, you know, humans or animals. But I'm just saying, you know, there is a point to be made here, and that we're not going to get the strong morals that we're looking for and strong decisions by promising health and environmental benefits, right?
Yeah. Well, it's like you know, it's justice for the animals. It's not like salads for the animals. You get what I mean? It just makes no sense.
Do you think that example was too? Do you think it's a controversial example? Do you think I went too far with that, or do you think it makes sense?
I think it was fine.
Yeah.
I mean, I think maybe some people would have like certain qualms with specific things, but like overall, I think you got across your point.
Yeah, I think so too. I know it's a risky thing to get into, but at the end of the day, I mean, it's true. I mean, you know, you got to say things that are true. Like before the recent and the last BLM campaign, this one, and then there was one some years before, people really didn't give a fuck. And it's just a fact. People didn't give a fuck. It's not an opinion. It's just factual, right? So how did they get people to give a fuck? Well, there you go. That's how they did it. So you got to plug away and keep going with the not give up on the ethics because health seems more attractive and sexy. Like, come on. Like, seriously. That's what I think. So let's talk about the hostility, Lawrence. I think we've put to bed ultimately that you know, I think we've got to the conclusion that health and environment, yeah, okay, weak arguments when you try and base the entire premise of veganism on them, because veganism is not a diet, and because even if it were a diet, the health and environment arguments are still bad, right? They're still weak. They're still based on shaky foundations. So we know that the reason to be vegans, it's definitely ethical. It's the strongest reason to be vegan. Veganism is an ethical stance. So talking about ethics should come naturally. It should be the number one place you go. So why the hostility? Right? Let's go back through the list of insults I've had, and then I'll get your opinion, okay? I was called an idiot, told I don't know what I'm talking about, I don't know logic, told that I don't understand nutrition, that I have a small mind, that I'm a waste of fucking time, and the final one, the funniest one, that I'm like an idealistic first-year college philosophy student who thinks only in ideals. All of that I was told by vegans, by the way, because of saying what we've just said in this live stream, right? So why the hostility, Lawrence? What do you think?
I think there could be a couple of reasons. The first one, this is the most charitable reason. So I think the most charitable reason is that these people are genuinely convinced that the health and environmental arguments are good arguments, and they're going to be the ones that reach maybe the most people rather than the ethical ones. Maybe they're convinced of that. And so they see people like us who like question those arguments as vegans, and they think, oh, you know, these people are going to hold back the movement, so, you know, we've got to, you know, like suppress them or something, or fight against them. I think that is probably the most charitable. I think the I don't know if this is uncharitable. From my perspective, I think this is probably the more realistic. Is that these people are just the types of people who like, I don't want to say they don't care about the animals as much, but I think they still value human interest more than animal interest, or at least they value human interests,
right,
like that are more trivial over fundamental animal interests, because the people that I see like doing this tend to be the sort of people who are also like, well, you know, you can't talk to indigenous people about veganism,
right?
Or, you know, they tend to be that sort of crowd from what I've seen. I might be wrong. Maybe I've been exposed to a biased sample. I don't know.
I think there's some of that. For sure, there's definitely some of that. I agree with mostly. I think the people that have engaged with me and been so hostile, they don't seem to have been that kind of people. But I think there is definitely it's more, if you were going to pick a cohort of people, if you picked these kind of woke idiot vegans, which, by the way, guys, I love vegans. I do love vegans, but just like anyone, we have idiots, right? We have woke idiots, vegans, we have
anti-woke idiot vegans. You know, we have far left idiot vegans. We have far right idiot vegans. There's lots of people.
We have David.
You got me, bang in the middle of it. I'm just a general idiot vegan with opinions that fall all over the spectrum of idiocy. But the point is like, you know, when I say idiot vegans, okay, guys, I'm not shitting on vegans. I'm just saying, just like people in general, there are lots of people out there who are a bit shit, right? So if you were to pick a cohort of these kind of shitty woke types and they were all vegan, you'd probably find that most of them would be making these, you know, getting upset about what I'm saying here because of what you've said. They do tend to be more focused. They are vegan, but they do tend to care more about people. That's absolutely, I think that's true. I think you've nailed that one. But I don't think it's all of them that have these opinions that fall into that category. But I would say, so my theory, okay, guys, and this is the controversial thing here. This is the thing that I'm thinking could possibly rile some of you up and rub you up the wrong way, okay? So, look, all I want you to do is when I say this, guys, you know, when I talk about this, just remember, it's coming from a good place, yeah? But I think the community we've got here is so solid that I don't really think it's going to rile anybody up. But if you feel tempted to clip any of this out and post it somewhere, do it because it'll get loads of attention to the channel. So I appreciate that. So I think the reason for the hostility is that, as I said earlier, sometimes the anti-vegans, vegan critical people, they're even a broken clock is right twice a day. And something they've said a lot is that they've said that like vegans are deluded. And they've also said that vegans is like a religion, right? And I've disagreed with that till my face turned blue for many years. But I've got to admit there is some truth to this, and let me explain it. So somewhere along the lines, this is my theory, I think veganism became, because of these documentaries, because of all of this, you know, positive health and positive environmental stuff, I think it started to become, in some people's eyes, a solution to all the world's issues. I think people started to see it, vegans started to see it as some kind of holistic solution that's going to fix everything. And if you think that sounds like some kind of religion, you're right, it does. A holistic thing that you do, a holistic lifestyle type thing that you preach, you want people to join because it's the right answer to everything, that's religion. Right? Isn't it, Lawrence? Isn't that what it sounds like?
Yeah.
So, the people I came up against when I was bringing, you know, when I made that video about the Go Vegan for Health message, they were literally preaching this to me. They were telling me it is the solution for everything. And I sat there like, is this what these people have been talking about? About saying vegans are like a religion? Because this is like a religious person I'm talking to right now. God is the answer. Veganism is the answer. Like, it was very much like that. Even when I pointed out some very logical problems with what they were saying, they just kept repeating themselves again and again and again that it's still the answer. You just don't know what you're talking about. You're an idiot, right? So I think, unfortunately, we've got some vegans who they've been caught up in a vegan delusion, convinced by maybe other vegans or these documentaries or whatever. These documentaries, by the way, are not bad. They do a great job of dispelling myths and they help us. But they never said veganism was the answer to everything. But I think some vegans have taken that and just truly been like, yeah, this is what it means. It means that we are right. Everything is right. We've got this perfect solution, and you can't question it. And that's really bad. That is almost like a religious doctrine, even. And I know I know it's bad, guys. I'm aware that it's bad to say that because I know that we get, you know, people claim that all the time, but that we're like a religion. But in this case, it kind of feels like that. And then I'll finish this point in a minute, Lawrence, and you can tell me, you can react. That I think this kind of religious style of veganism, which I don't agree with, as you've seen through this live stream, that I think is batshit crazy. I think that this has attracted or converted many people to become vegan. So if somebody wasn't a vegan and they became a vegan because of this, let's call it religious type of religious veganism, then of course they're going to act like a religious person when anybody questions veganism, like I did. And I didn't question animal rights or ethics. I questioned the health and environment parts of it. But to them, that's me that's like questioning someone's Christianity. It flips them out. They can't handle it. So they call me names and they fight back and they lose their shit. Because when you question someone's deeply held beliefs that they've altered their entire life on and that they're almost praying to, this is what happens. So I think it's a big problem, personally. What do you think, Lawrence?
Yeah, I think they treat veganism like it's the second cumin.
For God's sake, bro. Were you just holding? Is that why you were laughing earlier on? Because you came up with it? You're ridiculous.
I thought of that.
You are ridiculous. But you know, just be real here, man. Agree. If you don't, just get into this a bit, because I know this is spicy.
I agree with you. I think when people take veganism on as an identity label, that's when it starts to become dodgy, because when it's like people take on Christianity or something as an identity label. It's not just a belief they hold loosely. It's actually an identity label. You know, their friendship groups, you know, their fundamental beliefs about reality, all of these sorts of things. Like they take comfort in it. With vegans, it's the same. You know, we usually find a new community that we have a strong bond with, right? And we have all these in-jokes and stuff like that. And so we do tend to make an identity out of it. You know, it's you know, we say, instead of saying I am vegan, it's I am a vegan. You know, it's like I am this. Like this is part of me.
Totally, man. And you know, when I say this, I just go over this again. I am not denying, absolutely at any moment, denying that there are benefits, can be benefits to one's health, can be benefits to the planet from being vegan. We've already established that multiple times. What I'm denying is the idea that these benefits are infallible and inevitable. That's what the problem is here. Because when you cannot stand the critiques against those things without reverting to name calling and just repeating yourself over and over, then you are acting like the very people that you complain about, the cognitive dissonance in meat eaters. You have become not them, because obviously you're not hurting animals, but you're having the same problem they have, where they're contending with something they believe deeply, but it's not adding up anymore, so they get angry. And that carnism is almost like a religion. Absolutely it is. It's like an unspoken religion. It's there's animal sacrifice, there's all these different things that make it quite a religious belief that animals are here for us. Well, this isn't that different. It's just that there's no victims, obviously, to this point. It's a very big difference in that way, but the method is the same. It's, oh no, it's good for the health, it's good for the environment. It's not a good way to be. We have to be open to criticism on these things. On everything, we have to be open to any logical arguments against what we have to say. And if we can't defend it, then flipping out and calling people names isn't gonna. That's not good. That just means we don't have a good argument. And that happens with health and environment, which is why the whole point of this live stream. If it's not a good argument, don't use it. It's simple stuff, isn't it? Right?
Yeah. And I do understand where these people are coming from, because, you know, like, obviously they want everyone to be vegan. So they don't want anyone to have a reason not to be vegan. So they try to paint it out as better than it is.
Right.
But I think that actually backfires. It's a bit like censorship. Like, people try to censor views they don't like or they think are wrong, but it actually usually backfires. Like, cancel culture, at least for people who are well known, it usually makes them more well known, right? Like,
yeah, definitely.
No one really knew Jordan Peterson before people started trying to cancel him, and now he's been shot into like global fame. Like, everyone knows his name, right? And this happens all the time.
Definitely.
And I think it's the same here. Like, we tried to paint veganism out as this perfect, like, silver bullet, and it gets people's backs up because they become suspicious of it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And guys, let's take a little bit of a vote here. Just put in the chat right now whether you agree or disagree with this concept that we're getting into here. Just simple, just agree or disagree, just so we can see what you guys are thinking, and we'll continue. You mentioned about the backfire. Okay, so
one of the backfiring is absolutely what you said, that the more you try to bury the truth, thinking that, oh, if we bury the truth here, that this goes against veganism, it will never come to light, and then we can just keep hiding it and hope people never see that there's a bad argument about, okay, you're right, it backfires, because then when the people who find the argument, and these people are usually dishonest, so they will take it and they will go even bigger on it, won't they? They'll try and use it against, right? But there's an even more there's an even equally as destructive backfire here, because here's another theory I've got. Okay, you ready for this? Dropping some theories today, man. It's just theory central. I think that there's the reason that some people would quit veganism or quit the plant-based diet and somebody who's been calling themselves vegan, whatever, they quit, they go back, right?
Yeah.
I would bet not much money again on the fact that some of them do this because they entered this world with all these promises and this religious element to it, right? And then it gets destroyed when they start to research deeper, and they get past the vegans who were promoting this stuff as a holistic religious like solution, because maybe that gets them in this idea that it's a holistic solution to everything. And they're like, oh my God, what could I possibly say? This is incredible. I'm going to make this my whole life because it's amazing. It's like, oh, it's just, how did I never know about this before? Veganism is beautiful. It's the best thing ever. And then they dig deeper into it, find out the things we've discussed today, some of how the logic doesn't quite add up sometimes, and how actually eating vegan can be quite unhealthy. Eating a plant-based diet can be quite unhealthy. And, you could be quite bad for the environment as a vegan. And then those two things they had in their head, these two pillars that make it this beautiful, amazing thing, have gone. And maybe they never really connected with the animal side because they were convinced already, because, the health and then they just quit. And I think when you shatter someone's worldview like that, is it any surprise that they go back to the OG worldview? So I think there's an even bigger risk here that we're talking about to this religious thing. I think it could absolutely lead people to revert when their worldview gets smashed open,
Yeah, no, I agree with that. And I also think being sort of I guess like a vegan zealot, or however you want to put it. I don't know if that's like a demeaning way of putting it, but you get what I mean.
Yeah.
It can also be, I don't know, it can push you as a vegan yourself into places where it's not necessarily great to go. So for example, we've both been in places, right, after being vegan, where we've become quite disconnected from the average person, from real life. We've gone off in a little sort of echo chamber. Yeah. You could call it radicalized or whatever. And I think actually if we had a more level-headed view of veganism and we didn't paint it out to be this sort of, it's almost like some sort of idol, like vegan TM, if you want to put it like that, this idol that we worship or whatever.
Yeah.
And nothing can be wrong with it. I don't know, it just seems like that contributes to people becoming more disconnected from reality.
Definitely.
I've had I can even remember myself in street outreach, talking to people and proselytizing, to use a religious term, about how good the plant-based diet is for health. Right. And I was doing all these things, all of which I just learned in Mike the Vegan videos. I didn't know any of it was true. And I was just saying all this stuff, and when I look back at it now, I just think God, that was so weird. I was like a salesman almost, rather than actually trying to have a conversation with someone, and try to connect with them on an empathetic level and say, you see what's going on here is right. I was almost trying to sell them a product.
Right.
Yeah, it was.
I'm totally, I get it. I totally get it. By the way, I've got a point, but I'll just quickly let you know, Soytheist Aditya tipped again and said tipped $3.14 and said cream, and I don't know what that one means. 3.14 cream.
3.14. Well, cream is.
Oh, is it pie? Cream pie? Is that what he's done? Because 3.14 is pie.
That's oh my god.
That's like basement dweller level.
Cheers, man. That's a good one. I like that one. Oh god, I had a good point. Fuck. Just say the last thing you said, please.
Being a salesman.
Right. Oh god, that's annoying. So being a salesman, and you were talking about, you were like pushing the health stuff, and like that was your like salesman-y thing. And I was talking.
Yeah, I was saying like rather than having like a trying to connect with someone on an empathetic level, I was being a salesman.
Right, I got it. Yeah. So basically, I've that position you said, you know, where you said, oh, when we go down into our bubbles, our vegan bubbles, and when we come out, it can be a little bit jarring, and oh my god, what happens then? And I've had that. I've absolutely had that, right? Where I've gone down this road of being so deep into the vegan world, so deep, and thinking there's no question that couldn't be answered by veganism, and everything's vegan, everything's any negative, they're just haters, and then when I came out of it and I started to realize, well, no, actually, some of these points are pretty good. If I didn't have the ethics down at that point, right, when I came out of the bubble, I'd be an ex-vegan. And that's not even, that is a guarantee. Because for me personally, and for most people, health is not that important because my health's always been pretty good, vegan or not. Okay, environment, gotta be honest. I mean, obviously I don't want to pollute, and I don't want the world to go to shit. But it's honestly not something I'm thinking about every day at the forefront of my mind, that I'm trying to make sure I do. You know what I mean? It's not there. Whereas animals is 100% there because it's life or death. It's not something I can ignore. It's not something I can forget, and it's not something I can go back on. If I had come out of the vegan bubble without that strong ethics, I would be an ex-vegan or an ex-vegan. I would no longer be consuming only plants. I would be, I think that's probably what's happening a lot of the times with some of these people, you know, these YouTubers and other people, just general people. I genuinely think they go down the rabbit hole, they get into these vegan bubbles, they get told all this amazing stuff about the planet, blah, 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 and the health. And that's the stuff that gets them really in. Ethics stuff, they don't like it. You know, I'm already in. Why do I need to watch the ethics stuff? Why do I need to see what happens? I'm already a vegan. I don't need that. And then, yeah, the cracks in the veneer start to appear. They get out of the bubble. Why the fuck would they stay? I realize I can eat all the stuff I like. I don't need to feel guilty about it. Animals, I never really looked at that, so I'll just ignore it.
Yeah, I think this is like one of the reasons why we need to normalize, I'm not sure, but like both activists and non-activists to like go and like volunteer at their local sanctuary.
Right.
One, because obviously it's a good thing to do, but actually it does get you connected with the animals.
Definitely.
And you actually see the animals interacting just as themselves. They're not getting, fucking beaten up or something.
Right.
Like we just see on footage.
Yeah.
They're actually just being themselves, hanging out. So I think that's like quite important because, I think if animals are just, again, to use the term like animals TM, like the animals, this brand, like, we always just talk about the animals, vegan for the animals. Yeah, but who are the animals? Go meet them. Do you get what I mean?
Absolutely. Yeah. And I was thinking earlier on about what are the solutions to this, what we've talked about. Some of the solutions we gave were to be reasonable and objective as possible when we talk about health and environment. And I think that's great, a great start. But yes, the other solution I came up with was exactly what you said, is that as opposed to pushing health and environment, wouldn't it be great if instead of doing that, we actually started to together to push people to visit animal sanctuaries, to tell them, hey, this is something you need to do as part of your life experience. Like, what, you've never been to an animal sanctuary? Holy, it's incredible. You would love it. Get over there. Like, seeing these animals face to face, it's something that everyone should do at least once in their life. It's just such an incredible experience. You get to actually see these animals. They're very interesting, like they're very nice as well. A lot of them, they have these personalities. It'll blow your mind. It'll absolutely blow. Imagine if we start having those conversations with outreach, right? As opposed to saying, all about your health, The environment, which your health is a very selfish thing. The environment, it's hard to put that. What are you going to tell them? Go and look at the environment, go look at it. No, it's not something that we can really grasp. Whereas you can tell them, hey, let's go to this sanctuary or go and see these animals. And yeah, I think that's a good argument, man. I think it's a really good point. And if people have the sanctuary close enough by to go do it, it would be great. And a real way to make the connection there. And I just think, I mean, back to the whole kind of holistic thing, I do think that it is important that we don't fall into that trap. And if any of you guys are in this trap of what we've talked about now, you feel like that's you, I hope you don't get the vibe that we've been shitting on you here. Like, this is not what this is about. I make videos. Usually my aim is to try to make things better for animals, right? And better for you. So if you feel like you've been shit on, just realize that's not the aim of this, to shit on you. The aim of this, to try to make things better for animals, and also to make you better at getting other people to stop doing what they do to animals, right? And make them stick to it for as long as possible, ideally forever. That's the purpose of today. So I hope you don't feel like we've shit on you. But this hippy-dippy kind of utopian world veganism solution thing, it's not. We need to stay grounded. We live in the real world, yeah. There'll always be hatred. There'll always be violence and destruction. There'll always be disease. And guess what, guys? As horrible as it is, there'll always be people killing animals. Because no matter how much we try to, like you said earlier, Lawrence, make stuff legal, illegal, etc., scumbags will always exist. And this vegan utopia that some people have in their heads and are trying to get people on board with, it might sound nice, but like we've talked about, it's flawed. It can lead to people getting, flipping back when they come out of this bubble of vegan utopia kind of goodness, and it's unrealistic. I think we got to stick to the ground as much as we can, personally.
Yeah, no, I agree. I don't really have anything else much to add.
You can't handle these long streams, huh?
No, it's just like I got nothing to add to that. I also thought of another dumb analogy, but
okay, you can do it if you want.
Well, I was thinking, you were talking about you were talking about the religion side of it, and I was thinking how religions, they have heaven and stuff. And I was thinking what would the vegan equivalent be? And I was thinking maybe all of these supposed health benefits or environmental benefits that we're supposed to be getting, they're our 72 virgins. This is the reward we get for going out and doing the Lord's work.
Oh my God, man. I think the less said about that, the better. What I will say though is it's all linked. Oh, it's a good analogy, to be fair. It's just funny. It's a bit funky, but why are we vegan, right? We've talked about all the reasons to try not to get people to be vegan, because we've talked about it's flawed and it probably ends up with more ex-vegans, and this holistic religious thing is probably not the way to do it. It might seem attractive at first, but people will probably come out the back of it later and realize that it was all a fraud, because ultimately it is a fraud. The real world is not pretty and full of sunshine and rainbows, and there is no one solution to everything. But what is veganism then, if it isn't that? Well, what I say, it's a movement to try and help animals. It's an ethical stance to try and help animals. We're trying to put some humanity back into humanity when it comes to animals. We're trying to defend innocent, defenseless animals from giant money-hungry monsters who want to profit off their bodies and lie to the consumers to trick them into paying them to abuse their bodies, the animals' bodies. That's what we're about. That by itself is enough to go by to form an entire movement and to appeal to people. And these other things, great that they exist, and in some cases they can be good. But ultimately, guys, we've got everything we bloody need to create a powerful movement. We do not need these shaky foundation arguments about health and environment to make this point. Listen to what I just said. Do you understand how we're talking about multi-billion-dollar industries
that are lying to people and tricking them into thinking abusing animals is normal, natural, and necessary. We have enough to fight here, right? We've got enough to go by. Are you shocked by that, Lawrence? Is it too powerful for you? I was hoping you were going to add something to it, as I left it quiet for you, but you just left a nice awkward silence instead.
Well, no, I'm just standing here holding your pint,
Thank you.
I can't
appreciate it. Yeah, but it's I'm just I think that's all we need, isn't it? I mean, Jesus, is it not enough for us to go by there? Is that not enough for us to work with?
Yeah, I just feel like I don't know. It's just like, to me, it's just like basic decency,
right?
You know, it's just like this general principle of not going out of your way to hurt others. You know,
yeah.
It's I just feel like so I mean, we do it with the health environment stuff. Like, people dress up veganism as something it isn't. Like, and I think like inflating it beyond what it is, sometimes even, you know, like making it this grandiose thing.
Yeah. Huge backlash.
Like, yeah, it can become intimidating to other people, if nothing else. Like, when I talk about it, I just talk about it. It's this very simple thing. Like, if you're walking down the road, do you slap a kid in the head when you walk past them? No, you don't. Right? We'll do the same for animals.
No.
But it's just, it's as big, you know, it's just the same thing. It's just there are innocent, vulnerable beings in the world, whether they're human or not.
Yep.
And you can either choose to abuse them or not. And that's basically it. It's a very simple decision.
Absolutely. And thank you to Emily, who tipped $10, but no message. But thank you. Thank you so much for the tip. And remember, guys, when you tip, you can put, and Emily, if you have a message but it didn't work, please just pop it in the live chat and I'll put it up here on the screen. Thank you. And DJ Lernal also just tipped $10. Thank you so much. One after another. That's awesome. Again, guys, remember, you can put messages here in the chat and we'll read them out as well, and any topics you want us to bring up. And Lawrence, man, I mean, I've got nothing more to say on this specific topic, to be honest. I think we've made the points with lots of spicy, controversial comparisons, analogies. Definitely a controversial point in the end about the religion thing, because I know it's a sore spot for us vegans because we get accused of that shit so often. But hey, look, when you got to call a spade, man. Even if the spade is an anti-vegan spade, and you don't want them to be right, we've still got to suck it up. Just suck it up. Be the bigger person and say, do you know what? I don't want you to have this point, but you've got a point here, and let's try and do something about it. And that's what I was hoping to do with you today. I was hoping to like acknowledge this is a problem. All right. Well, maybe now the people who have heard this, you guys, and if you agree, you can take it out into the world and be like, great, you know what? Now I'm aware of that. And I'm aware when people bring this up, but it's like a religion. Well, you can say, hey, do you know what? You're right. Some people are treating it like that. And that's not right, though. I don't agree with that. So what else do you want to talk about? You know, rather than just saying, oh, you're full of shit. Now, maybe you could say, hey, I don't know what you've seen or come across, but you're right. Yeah, you know, we're all different people. Some people take it to a different place, but ultimately it's about animals. It's not about religious stuff. It's not about, you know, believing in random shit. It's just facts. So I hope that helps some people today.
Yeah, and I would just the only thing I would add is just don't blow veganism up to something that it isn't.
Yeah.
Because one, it can be off-putting to other people, but also it means that you've actually got to like make more of an effort to actually prove what you're saying. So it just makes more work for you as well.
For sure. And by the way, we have a tip here with a question. It's from Blasphemy. It's a cool name. It says, I convinced my roommate to go vegan, and he said he would try it for a month. 1 week later, I caught him eating tuna, and when I asked him about it, he said it's hard to give up fish. He thinks it's okay because fish don't really feel pain. Thoughts?
Well, I mean, what thoughts on fish feeling pain?
There's probably multiple things here, isn't there? Yeah, we could do general thoughts, I suppose. And or you can talk about the fish pain thing, fish feeling pain, if you want to get into that.
Well, I mean, they have a central nervous system. The whole point of pain is so that you can avoid like noxious things. I don't see why mammals or birds or like land and air like animals would have it and fish wouldn't. Like it makes no sense from an evolutionary point of view.
Yeah.
They show all the signs of having pain. Like they've literally got the structures that we have. Not identical, but obviously they have the same sort of structures.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I feel like you're really reaching if you think they don't experience.
Yeah, it's just an excuse, isn't it? Really, I wouldn't. It's not really like he's and I suppose the way to go from here would be to basically tell him, well, what do you know about fish? Ask questions. Good open questions is always a good start. For example, what do you know about fish exactly? What makes you feel like they don't have pain? They don't feel pain. Where did you hear that? Chances are he'll say, I didn't hear that. I don't know where I got it from. You can say, oh well, there's loads of evidence now. Actually, there's even documentaries about the fact that they do feel pain, and that they're not plants. They're not vegetables, dude. So like, they're living, breathing organisms that have a need to escape predators, and that usually comes with pain, because that's how they get away. Like, oh, that hurts. I need to leave now. I need to avoid that, right? So to explain that, and then just ask, what can I do to make this? What can I do to help you? What can I do to get you to stick to this thing that we've agreed on? And find out what he needs, And if he's being serious, I mean, look, at the end of the day, you convinced him to do it, so he must be taking you seriously. Just, you need to be like a very resourceful person at this point. You need to be his dude. Like, oh, you're my guy, Like, okay, like you're the vegan. You're supposed you need to be his vegan. That's what I'm trying to say. Be his vegan. What can I do to help you? What else do you need from me? Do you want to go to the shop together? Do you want some recipes? Do you want to cook for you? I'll show you how to cook some stuff. What do you need to get this done? That's what I'd recommend to go by. Don't argue, don't debate. I'd recommend to go, because it's a roommate. You don't want to be arguing with your roommate all the time, but you can be you can be a good vegan go-to here. I think that's a good place to go for. We have somebody wanting to join, by the way. Someone called Susie. Are you ready to have a chat with Susie, Lawrence?
Yeah. She's actually been trying to get on for ages.
Oh, really?
So I'd sent her the link. Yeah, I know her. Oh. It's Susie, not Susie.
Well, it's spelt Susie. So.
Oh, right. Short for Susanna.
All right. Okay. I'll let her in. Hello. Can you hear us?
Susie, we can't hear you.
Hi.
Oh, yeah. We can hear you now.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Lawrence has been begging me to get on.
So. Oh, okay. Yeah. Sounds a lot like him.
Thought I'd say hello. Yeah, no, interesting live. Just one thing, I don't know if you guys talked about, but I think one argument as well that's pretty good for like basically where the environment and health doesn't really cover it at all is when it comes to animal testing.
Yes.
Because it's like if you're vegan, or I mean if you're not eating animals for health reasons or the environment, like what possible argument could you have to counter animal testing?
Absolutely. Yeah. And animal testing is a great area actually, because it's often an area that a lot of vegans don't touch on. I mean, historically, animal rights activism was mostly focused on animal testing, but the modern movement isn't. But it is still a massive issue that doesn't get enough attention. And you're absolutely right. In an environmental or health focused, I'm doing inverted commas, vegan, why would they care? Like why would it even be on the radar? Same as zoos, even actually, you could go talk about zoos as well.
Yeah.
Circuses. Why would any of these be a problem for an environmental or health vegan?
Zoos would maybe even clash with the environmental argument, because some environmentalists say, oh, well, we need to put animals in prisons because, it's for their best interests.
Well, for like conservation reasons.
Right.
Or,
yeah, exactly, yeah. But yeah, I'm actually surprised we forgot to talk about this one, because this is what, for just for a bit of context for people, when you shared this that you were doing this live stream on your Twitter, right? And then there were a few spats going on in the comments.
Yeah.
And I got involved in one of them, which then morphed into two. And one of the things that I was saying to these people is like, look, one fundamental reason it doesn't make sense to say that veganism is about the healthier environment is because there are clearly activities that vegans do not participate in that have nothing to do with these things. Like, does it make sense to say I'm not going to support horse racing? What's horse racing? I don't know what raiding a horse would be.
It's like some like World of Warcraft.
We don't want to know, Lawrence. We don't want to know.
Like,
you know, it's like
you're busted.
What's that game? League of Legends. That's it. They do raids. So I was thinking that, like, oh, I don't know, like horse raiding. You're some kind of like nerdy gamer or something. I don't know.
Yeah. But anyway, so it's like, you know, any of these people talking about the health or environmental things, it just makes no sense. Like, no one is boycotting horse racing for the environment or for health reasons. So to me, that seems like a pretty much slam dunk, because I don't think anyone is going to say that vegans support horse racing or animal testing or circuses or whatever. Do you get what I mean?
Totally. I brought it up in the video that I made. I think that's why I didn't have it in my notes for today, because I just did it in the health vegans video. Like, it doesn't make sense. I said it'd be like saying, and there's like a meme. There's this dog looking really angry, and it's like saying, don't kick this dog because they might bite you and that's bad for your health. It's like, no, you don't kick the dog because you don't kick the dog. It's wrong to kick the dog. And we did touch on the BLM example. We said like the reason to get out on the streets and protest, it's not because of the police brutality. It's because if we shut down the city, the environment will benefit. You know, it's bad arguments, like making environmental health arguments for something that is a very ethical problem. It's based on right and wrong. It's based on morals. It's based on abuse and violence. It doesn't add up, and it ends up with these weird scenarios like we've just got into here, where a health vegan could support animal testing, but that doesn't make sense, because that's not what veganism's about, because it's not about health. And then, it's simple stuff. Yeah.
But what do you think about veganism, like even using veganism as a term? Because I know Lawrence and I have talked about this before, and we actually haven't talked about it for a while, but initially I didn't really understand why Lawrence was against using veganism. And then my mind kind of changed when I had a friend share something on Instagram, and she was basically saying that vegans need to stop gatekeeping veganism and saying that it's just about animal rights. And I was like, okay, I see what the problem is here. Like, like she was basically saying, if you're a vegan and saying that the movement is about animal rights, you're gatekeeping, and there's something wrong with that. So now I'm like, I feel like the term is actually kind of being co-opted, or even like it's kind of meaningless in some ways. Like, I don't even know.
So I think, fortunately, just to quickly pause, because we have a tip here, and it's Soytheist, and he said number 2. He's trying to be funny again with
how many more is he going to squeeze out?
Tip.
And when I say that, I mean tips,
hey, look,
not number 2s.
Hey, look, dude, if you keep coming up with these puns, I'll take your money all day, bro. Just keep them coming, yeah. Oh, fuck, I knew I'd forget the point that I was going to make. Okay, just talk me through the last thing you said before I went into the tip, please, if that's okay, Susie.
Like using veganism as a term.
Okay, yes. So the good thing now about what you just said is that it used to be that people were talking, don't gatekeep veganism, blah, blah, blah. Now they've actually just said that if you talk about animal rights and you are all animals first, they call that single issue white veganism. So actually, we got veganism back because it's like they're not saying it's like gatekeeping, they're calling it white veganism. So it's like we can call it white veganism if you want, if you want to specify. I'm making a joke here. I'm just saying that, like, it's funny that they've tried to recategorize veganism as something that's negative if you do it for only animals. I don't think the solution is necessarily to give up on the word. Because the word has a lot of power. It's already got the branding, it's already got the image, it's already got, on products and stuff like that. So I think it's still useful as a tool, but I do understand your concerns with it. And these people, by the way, I mean, these are the kinds of people that what I just talked about with the white veganism thing, it seems like a big deal and a big problem, but only because we are in this tiny vegan minority space. on the outside, no one's hearing about that, and no one really gives a shit. So I think we've got to be careful to, it's not as big a deal as it seems, if what I'm trying to say.
But I do think maybe it makes people on the outside, they actually don't really know what veganism is about now. Like, I think if you did a survey of just random people in the street and you ask them, what is veganism about? I don't really know if even the majority of people would say animal rights. I think probably the majority of people might say the environment.
Yep.
Maybe,
possibly.
Like, I actually think health and the environment would maybe even come up more than animal rights.
Possibly, yeah. But I don't think that's, I know it is a problem, but I don't think it's a big enough of a problem to not use the word. I still think, I mean, I would much rather, okay, put it this way. I would much rather stand in front of somebody who has a misunderstanding of veganism than somebody who has absolutely no idea and has never heard of it before. Because at least if they have a misunderstanding, I can say, they say, oh, it's about environment. I can say, well, kind of, yeah. So basically, and then I can go from there. They've already learned, they know it's plant-based eating. They know that it's something to do with trying to help the world in some way, but they just got it twisted somewhere along the lines. Or if it's health, like, oh, isn't it like eating plant-based for health? Well, yeah, kind of, but not really. No, it's the plant-based thing is, yeah, it can be good. You know what I mean? I'd rather correct somebody than have to start at zero. So for me, I don't mind it that it's getting a little bit, it is frustrating when people misrepresent us to attack us. That's annoying. But if somebody just innocently gets it wrong, I don't think that's a huge issue. I think that's just we just got to do something about it, haven't we? Like, if we speak to them, we talk to them, or we keep putting out, whenever we get an opportunity to go on some kind of, I don't know, big shows like Piers Morgan or something like that. I think it's just important to remind people what it really means, and try and correct a bit of that. But yeah, I see your point though. It is a problem, but I don't think doing away with the word is the solution to it, personally.
Yeah.
Yeah, I went through like a phase, which I think is when we talked about this. We meaning me and Susie, not me and you, David. Although I can't remember if we've spoken about this before as well. But yeah, I went through a phase of like not really liking the term. And you've done a debate about this before as well with some guy from DXC,
some years ago when I had my long curly locks.
Yeah. And
I was cringe looking back at myself in that video, man. Fucking hell, what was I thinking with that hairstyle?
But yeah, I was
recently.
like,
yeah, go on.
I like, because I think people refer to it as like post-veganism, right?
Yeah.
And yeah, like I spoke to someone about it, and some of the things they said to me like made sense, and it did make me like notice some of the issues a lot more. So I went through a phase of being quite sympathetic to that, and then I started to find out that there were some people who were in this sort of like post-vegan like community, or however you want to put it, and they became so dissociated with veganism that they actually started eating animals again. And I was like, oh, okay, well, both of them have issues then. And I think someone having a misunderstanding about the environment is not as bad as someone starting to stab pigs in the throat.
Definitely.
Again.
I feel like we're really not at a stage in the movement to be at the stage of post-veganism.
Oh, you know what? Like, my theory on that, I don't think I did a video, or maybe I did it. Oh, I did a post about it. I said that this, so I've got this another theory. God, I'm dropping theories today. But I think a lot of people come to
fucking Einstein over here.
I think a lot of people come to veganism from extremes. So there are a lot of extreme people in the world, and they, but it's not always negative. For example, athletes. Most professional athletes are very extreme people. That's how they are a professional athlete. Not anybody can become a professional athlete. You need to be an intensely extreme person. Everything's extreme, and that's how they win the Olympics. Is because they are, that's their personality. And I think we get a couple people. People like that are drawn to veganism because they see it as it's an extreme change and it's a challenge, so they do it, right? And so we end up with a lot of these personalities in our communities where they're very, very extreme and intense, and they go, this is why you see some people go from vegan to, full meat and only meat. It's because of the personality they have, this extreme personality. And I think this post-veganism really, really showed some of that, because sometimes these people get bored very quickly. So veganism's not extreme anymore. Once you've been doing it for a while, the novelty wears off. They need something more. Well, post-veganism's here now. So now you've got something else to identify with, and now you're doing something that's even more extreme because you're not a vegan now. You're a post-vegan. You've excelled. You've what's it called when like people meditate and they enlightened. You've become enlightened. You're above vegan. You're post-vegan. And I think it drew a lot of people in for that reason. And honestly, the dude I debated was 100% one of those people. And I don't think I called it out because I felt like it would be a bit rude at the time. But he was absolutely one of these people that was just, eager for the next big thing to put his stamp on the map, be someone that people look to and get a bit of fame and get a bit of attention. And he proved that in the debate because he said, do you remember this? I don't know if you watched it. He said people kept saying he was still vegan and it upset him so much that he drank non-vegan wine so they would stop calling him vegan.
Really? That's so insecure.
Well, does that not tell you why he's doing it? He's one of these people. He's not doing it for like a good reason. He's doing it because he wants to be that next level, this next stage of vegan, the next special level, And when he said that, I ripped into him at the time. I was just like, that's absolutely ridiculous. And at that point, a lot of people who were on my side in the live chat, they were like, oh, okay, wait a minute. wait a minute. Maybe we've got this wrong, So yeah, like you did, same thing, like you did.
Yeah, and I think definitely health vegans would be more likely to go down that path. Like that's another thing I kind of wanted to ask. I feel like in this live, it's kind of been like health and environments both kind of on the same scale, but from my experience, like seeing ex-vegans, I definitely think it's more the health vegans and also the ones who have been raw vegan and then water fasting and then like all as you're saying, all these kind of extreme things. And I do feel like when it comes to the environment, there is like people can have really strong environmental ethics, which I agree is separate. I don't think that should take over veganism or is really the same thing, but I do think we should care about the environment. And I mean, I don't know what your thoughts are. Like you were talking about the UN World Economic Forum and all that kind of thing. I mean, I don't know if you want to go into more detail on that.
Sure, yeah, it's
on that point, but I feel like in general we should care about the environment, but as I was saying, not because of animals really, like that's kind of a separate point, but I do think that
well, I think so I was about to go. You can't come in. Like I was gonna go and then I waited and you tried to come in. I mean, that's just rude, bro.
No, go on. I'll allow you to come in on your own live stream.
Thank you, appreciate that, mate. He's just trying to cut me up there. Yes, I agree with you. The health thing is absolutely one of the things. They get in on health and the environment stuff. I think the people who care about their health often tend to tie in. They often tend to be the type of people that also get environmentally interested. It tends to be quite young, hippie kind of alternative hipster people, and then they're usually interested in both. So I think that's why I kind of tied them in. But you are right. They usually do quote health as the thing that changes them. And that got him interested. But the environment stuff, and again, you're right that it's something that we need to talk about, we need to discuss. But unfortunately, like Lawrence was saying, it's incredibly politicized to the point where it's actually really difficult to find actual opinions and data and things that haven't been manipulated to suit someone's agenda. And we hear a lot of this stuff about the science, TM, and oftentimes it's not. It's okay. For example, I found something out recently that this statistic about X percentage of scientists agree that this is happening. We've all seen the stat, right? About
it's 97.
Right. You dig in.
Agree that what is happening, like that climate change is caused by human activity.
Some specifics about man-made climate change. There's some specifics about that. There was like someone dug into that deeper, and they found actually there's some actual like statistical. There's a book called How to Lie with Statistics. I've read like some of it, and basically they found that they'd actually pulled some of this shit to get that number right. As in, they had actively gotten rid of some scientists who disagreed from the study, making excuses like, "Oh, they didn't have the credentials we thought they had," or They they made some bullshit excuses, and there's some little things like that. So what I'm trying to say is it's clear that we have an impact on the planet, and it's clear that something needs to be done about it. But it's really hard to navigate this world with avoiding all the politicized stuff and avoiding all the people who have a lot of money to be made from it going one way or the other. And I think that's where the UN and WEF come in, and that's where a lot of conservatives are getting angry at vegans because they think that we're just pawns for those organizations. And this is where, for example, climate activists like Nathan McGovern, who I interviewed recently, says that he's actually not on board with what the UN and WEF want to do to people, and the kind of, they want to restrict people and stop people from doing stuff. And this is a large part of what they want to do. He's not on board with that because he believes that the individual actions of people when it comes to climate is just not, it's not going to be enough in a short enough amount of time. It needs to come from, different places. Basically, it needs to be like governments need to make decisions on what they use. They need to develop better technology for energy. They need to actually invest in this and get alternatives and stop putting the onus on the individual. So I know that's a lot that I've just been through there, and I'm trying to tie it into the vegan stuff as well, because it is important that people realize that vegans were not in this to try and restrict people and as I said earlier, stop them from driving to see grandma or whatever, like which is what a lot of these climate focused organizations want. They want more control over people. So yeah,
I do get what you're saying. Like, it's not the priority to stop individual people driving, etc. I don't know, with the scientist thing, I mean, it may well be true that it's not 97% of scientists, but then if you ask, like, if you did a survey of doctors what they think is best in terms of nutrition, that wouldn't actually necessarily be what the science is actually saying.
Yeah.
If you get what I mean.
Yeah,
like,
for sure.
If you actually read the IPCC reports, like, the science is there. Basically, if we carry on the way we are, like, we are going to be in a really shitty situation, and it is caused by humans. Like, I feel like this is one of those things where, as you say, it's become really politicized when it definitely shouldn't have been. But maybe this is kind of getting a bit off topic because it's not really related to veganism.
I mean, there's no anyone who I don't think the question is I don't think the question is, are people causing problems in the climate? I don't think that's the problem. I don't think that's the question. The question is to what extent. That's where the debate's happening. The debate, I've seen some idiots try and claim, oh, we have no impact on it at all. Okay, that's completely nonsensical. The most interesting debate I've been seeing, and I've not seen much, but it's been where people are debating, okay, what impact exactly? Is it as bad as the Greta Thunbergs are saying it is, or is it more something else? Like, is it as drastic as that, or is it not? And again, I can't really speak to it too much because I've not dug that deep into it. But I make that personal choices that I make. I factor it in. I'm not just like blindly going out and just consuming. But I've always been like that. So for me, I've not really changed much. I do agree with what Nathan's saying on this, that the biggest changes in man-made emissions and stuff are not going to come from you, me, or Lawrence not buying a fucking whatever. It's going to come from governments and how they provide energy to millions of people. That's most likely where a big chunk of it's going to have to change, right?
Not Lawrence and his 10 plastic bags.
Exactly.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree. It needs to come from governments, and there is obviously a lot of greenwashing and a lot of lobbying as well, which is why that's not happening. But yeah, I think people that really care about the environment, they can kind of stick to they can stick to their ethics and basically be vegan, apart from, as we just said, the animal testing kind of side of it. That wouldn't really make sense. But I think they can kind of 100% time just be convinced from that reasoning. But I think in general, for most people.
So what about in the case of if one of these people they had a mate who's also an environmentalist and decides to have his own homestead and kills his cow and then says, hey, look, you can have an environmentally friendly burger. You think this environmentalist wouldn't take it?
I think like the most extreme people, they would say, well, even that cow in its lifetime, it's emitting methane, so so you shouldn't even be raising it to start with.
But is it more? Sorry, man, just 1 second. I just want to get into this a little bit. But is it if this person's homestead, who's relying pretty much almost entirely on that homestead for their calories? I mean, they're not going to be as bad for the environment as a city slicker vegan living in the city centre of Manchester shopping at supermarkets, right? So I mean,
yeah, but maybe they'd say they can just live on the homestead and just like eat potatoes.
they could, but I guess the point I'm trying to say is that you do you not think an environmentalist would be tempted at that point to eat that, knowing that it came from a way more environmentally friendly place than even some vegan products come from?
Yeah, I think they could definitely, the majority, yes, but I think there would be that kind of like level 100 environmentalists who wouldn't even.
Yeah, I guess the point I'm trying to make is it's not against your point, because your point already was that it needs to be ethics for these reasons that we're talking about now. It needs to be ethics as well. You're just saying it's not as bad with the environmentalists. It's worse with the health people. That's what you're getting at, right?
For sure, because I think as well with the health people, I actually don't even know if they really do care about the environment, the animals. I think a lot of these people, they go vegan because they are obsessed with optimal health. Like if you've watched these non-vegan videos, they're always talking about optimal health and like optimal digestion.
Yeah. True.
And I think they then find out, oh, it's good for the environment. Oh, that's good. That's a bonus.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm not hurting animals.
Yeah.
That it's just like a nice little bonus for them, but it really is not their motivation at all.
That's true. Yeah. I think, yeah, you're right. You're onto something there with that. They talk about the optimal and they have these they usually have these YouTube channels where everything's very pretty and they have this nice little kind of what is it, a bohemian style, that bohemian kind of ropey chairs and things like that kind of shit.
Yeah.
And they're all about they're doing what's right for me, and my body wanted this and all this kind of bullshit. You're right. Yeah, it usually is all about them, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, it's like they were bloated for a few weeks, so
right.
They had to eat salmon.
So someone in the comments has just put Lawrence's opinion, because we've just shut him out. He had that one chance. I shut him down, and he's not been welcomed back.
He's used to it.
Well, we kind of moved on from all of the things that I was going to say something about. So
what was your point from like 20 minutes ago, mate? Go on.
Well, so one thing Susie said was like you I can't remember what she said now.
Oh man, I'm so sorry. I'm not though. I'm not.
No,
I'm just saying it because it's like polite. I'm actually finding this quite funny.
I was basically like, the thing that I was going to say, I can't remember exactly what I was responding to, but the thing I was going to say is that you can be an environmentalist for animal reasons, because obviously the more we screw up the environment, the more impact it's going to have on animals as well. Was one thing I was going to say.
Yeah.
And yeah, I got nothing for the others because I've forgotten what they were.
It's okay, because your point there is good, because it is for example, like there are some, there are links, and for example, if someone is an environmentalist who is actively funding animal agriculture, then that doesn't make any sense, right? On a purely environmental basis, it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't mean that vegan for the environment makes sense. It means that they are inconsistent because they're funding animal ag. So it's kind of like Susie was saying, like these things can be split apart and they still benefit the animals having these conversations. It's just, there's no need to tie it into veganism. If someone's an environmentalist, you don't need to be like, oh, you need to be vegan. You can say, well, do you know funding animal ag is terrible for the environment? The word vegan doesn't even need to enter that conversation until ethics are brought up. And I think then it's important, and by the way, look at what happens to animals. This is what veganism is. It's against this. It's not the environment stuff. It's a separate conversation. It's animal ag specifically in the environment. And I think, that it's kind of like, it's like how veganism has nothing to do with feminism either. But if someone's a feminist, you can have that discussion with them like, hey, you're about bodily autonomy of females, right? Check this shit out from the dairy industry. And then, by the way, this kind of shit is why people are vegan. It's an ethics thing. And as a feminist, I mean, just for the female body side of it, I mean, something you should look into. You see, you know what I mean? There are ways to tie it, but it's not necessarily a part of it. And flip it around too. You know, if a vegan if a vegan loves animals but is sexist and hates women, they're not connected. But you could say that's a bit inconsistent. You defend innocent beings here, but you are happy to shit all over these other innocent beings, right? And that because they're what? Because they're a woman? Or that's just another ism. Why are you against one ism but not the other? Like it's they're not connected, but they're inconsistencies, right? We can point out.
Yeah, it's just hypocrisy.
Right. Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah, and then the other thing that I was going to say, which I just remembered, is when Susie was talking about these like level 9,000 environmentalists or whatever. I think like if someone is going to be like a level 9,000 environmentalist and abstain completely from animal use, I feel like to get to that point, they do kind of care on some level about animals as well, because or at least they're doing it to some extent for animals as well, and it's not just environmental. Because I've known people in the past who have been like these level 8,000 environmentalists, but they don't really care about animals in any significant way, but they eat plant-based diet for the environment. They don't fly, etc., etc. They do their dissertation on environmentalism. Like everything is about the environment. They're known for this.
Yeah.
But the people I've known that have done this, they will occasionally still eat animal products if, for example, it's like someone's had a takeaway, they've had a chicken chow mein, it's going to be thrown out. They'll be like, yeah, I'll jump on that, because it's going to go to food waste anyway. They actually see it as a virtuous thing, and they don't see it as normalizing violence. So I think if someone is this ultra environmentalist who's never going to, do anything to normalize animal abuse, I feel like the animals are kind of in there somehow.
It's a good point. There can be many situations where it can, like you said earlier, it can be environmentally advantageous to abuse animals. Like there are like we said earlier, it can be environmentally advantageous to abuse humans too, right? So there are some problems that can come up.
Yeah, and if anyone wants like an actual tangible example of someone like this, like George Monbiot is an amazing example of this. Like he, like he's like all about the environment. He sort of like masturbates over the fact that we're gonna, get more sustainable over time or whatever. But he's been also gone on national TV and shot a deer for literally no reason.
And also he weirdly kind of really started caring about the environment because basically he used to go out fishing a lot off the coast of Wales, and he was out fishing and realized there weren't really many fish out there, or not nearly as many as there used to be. And so then he realized like how bad the state of the environment was. And then got really into that. So in a weird way, he kind of got into caring about the environment through
animal abuse.
Animals.
Yeah.
Wow.
What a legend, obviously.
Well, I mean, great. It's weird with the environmentalists. I went out and did some interviews with some Extinction Rebellion people. No, were they Extinction Rebellion? I can't remember. I did some interviews with some environmentalists, and my opening statements were, "You care about the planet? Yes, I care about the planet. Does that include animals? Yes, it includes animals. Oh, that's really cool. So you say you're trying to save the planet for not just the people." And then I would encourage them, I kind of goaded them even to, no, not just the people. No, we love animals too. Yeah, I'm all about animals. I love the wildlife and the da-da-da-da-da-da. And then it was very interesting to see how that quickly changed when, oh, do you eat animals? Yes. Oh, so why do the wild animals deserve life, but these other animals don't? And then it was, it's quite interesting. I think most environmentalists would say they care about animals. Aside from the environmental stuff, they'd say they'd even say part of the reason they want to save the planet is because they care about these poor animals who lose their habitat and deforestation and extinction. But then when you press them on those ethics, they are happy to eat other ones. It's very unusual.
Yeah, because I think no, sorry.
Yeah, and they usually just refer to them as like nature.
Right.
Do you get what I mean? Like this nebulous term that again does not really mean anything. But anyway, sorry, go on, Susie.
No, sorry, I was just going to say, I think it's maybe because they more care about animals on an ecosystem level rather than on an individual level. Like they care that, the population of white rhinos is getting under a certain number. But if there was like 10,000 white rhinos, they wouldn't really care if one died.
Right.
Do you know what I mean? It's they care because because I don't know, I guess a lot of us have that idea. It's like, oh, this species can't go extinct, but then you think, I don't know, this kind of stuff that Lawrence is often saying, like wild animal suffering and everything.
Right.
So.
It's a weird point. It's yeah, you're right. You're touching on something there. Where it's like it's almost like they care because they care only in an environmental sense, but it's very it's I guess some of these people they're so married to the idea that it's environment that everything has to connect into it, and if it doesn't, then it's not important. But then again, like we bring up an inconsistency there. And it's the name the trait. What trait do these animals have in the wild, right? That makes them worthy of protection that these other animals don't have. And then you can dig down into that and find that it's actually a really dumb position. It's a dumb opinion to have that the pigs deserve it and the wild deer don't, right? It's a very, very silly thing. I mean, I don't think many people would die on that hill. I think most people would be like, yeah, that's pretty stupid, actually. It's just difficult for them to get past the defensiveness that's what causes debate.
Zoos are a good way to talk about this issue about viewing animals as on like a species or an individual level, because your view of zoos fundamentally changes when you make the switch in perspective. Because if you're looking at zoos as a conservation from a species level, you're thinking, oh, okay, well, this is good because we're able to, bring these species into an environment that we can control and help them breed and continue their species, which they see as good as perpetuating the species, right? But if you look at it on an individual level, all you're doing is taking some gorilla that's part of, whatever, putting them in a cage and saying, oh, well, we're doing this because, like your species, which you have no conception of, is going to go extinct. Like that individual gorilla, it doesn't give two fucks that their species is going to go extinct. Do you get what I mean? Like they have no conception of this. All they know is that they're getting put in a cage and people are staring at them.
Yeah. That's the example of where the environmental kind of the environmental view on all of this doesn't account for the individual animal and what they may or may not want and what it's thinking about them as a part of it's just a system. They're a system, that's it. They're a number in a system. But I don't think environmentalists necessarily, I won't say they're so cold to all believe that, but of course when it comes to actions and stuff, then it seems like that's what they believe. But it doesn't take much of a conversation to have them open up and be a little bit more empathetic, in my experience.
I think often people just don't even think about it. Like we just kind of have this idealistic idea that everything is great in nature and that wild animals are just having a great time. I think, but I do think we also kind of have this idea of like, oh, nature is kind of perfect and we need to maintain everything in nature how it is. Like I think for a lot of people, even if you could kind of prove that most of an entire wild species were suffering a lot of the time, they still would want that species to continue, if you get what I mean. I don't know if that made sense.
Yeah, I think you're going down a road that I vowed never to go down on this channel after. I just but I see what you're getting at, but I will not.
No, I'm really not advocating like
don't even do it. I refuse to get into this one publicly. Privately, I've had a lot of good conversations about it with Lawrence and others, but publicly, I just it's just a channel rule. Maybe it'll change in the future. I don't know. We'll see.
Don't worry. Just block her from the channel. It's fine.
No, I actually quite disagree with Lawrence on this point.
Okay, so interesting. Well,
probably would be.
Maybe you guys can debate it on his channel because you won't be doing it here. But then we've got a tip from Marcus. Thank you so much for the tip, bro. It's $10 tip, so I appreciate that. It's a nice, juicy tip. And says, many people find it easier to talk about the environment than about veganism. So I like to use it as a segue. They start arguing about the environment and I can agree with them. Then I can switch to animal rights and they're more likely to listen. I see nothing wrong with that at all. If you want to open a conversation up with just talking about the environment and how shit it is or whatever, because
you know, how shit things are, and you're an environmentalist and they're an environmentalist, and you make some ground. That's why not, right? Why not? The problem is if you try to promote to go vegan because of that's where we fall into, you know, into issues. But I've done this before. Like if someone says, hey, I work out, I'm actually really big into sports, then I'm happy to talk with them about sports and health and, you know, eating the right kind of diet and stuff like that. I mean, yeah, but they just don't cross that line into telling them veganism is really, you know, good for health. You can always have that chat, loosen them up, build some rapport, and then be like, oh, by the way, what do you think about what's happening on that screen? What do you think about animal abuse? Right? It's rapport building. Whether they want to talk about environment, health, their fucking grandma, whatever they want to talk about, if you've got something to say and some common ground, to do it. Like every time, no matter the topic, just you know, that's what I said. There's, like I said, just don't try and tie everything into veganism. Just the same way you wouldn't tie a story about their grandma into veganism. Don't tie them caring about health or environment into veganism. Have them as separate conversations and then talk about ethics later. It sounds like, Marcus, it sounds like what you're doing is really good. Really important to build rapport with people on stuff that they care about. And we have another one, by the way, from Doda. Thank you for the tip. It says, why does Dodo, the YouTube channel, act like they love animals while supporting people who feed meat to their pets and people in general who support animal ag? Any ideas? Do you know the Dodo?
Who's Dodo?
The Dodo?
No, I've never heard of
You don't know that?
Oh, the big one that they post videos, like cute videos of animals and stuff. Yeah. I don't know them too well. They sometimes pop up on Facebook.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen that a lot. I've seen they're right. They're not vegans. I don't think they're not even remotely animal rights people. That this channel, it's all about cute animals. It's weird, isn't it? It's yeah. I can't even answer that question. They just cash in on cute animal videos, but have no problem with, you know, promoting the opposite.
Are they talking about this video that's been going around recently of this butcher that feeds that cat?
It'll be something like that, man. It's one of these. A lot of these are kind of hypocrite cute animal channels. Yeah, it's one of those. I mean, I can get into it, but basically, it's just we all know it. It's the cognitive dissonance, isn't it? That people have drawn a line between which animals are, and sometimes that line gets blurry too between which animals are cute and which aren't. Like sometimes you see the Dodo post something about cute pigs, and then all of a sudden the line's gone. Oh, wait a minute, but I thought pigs were just for eating. Well, no, for this video they're for loving, but that's not the same as the ones you eat, right? You know, that's kind of what they rely on, don't they? That people don't make that click, because if they did,
yeah,
you know. But then again, I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing that they do what they do, because ultimately I think a lot of people do connect with animals and typically farmed animals from their videos, because they do cover like stuff like goats and pigs, and so I guess it's probably a good thing that these videos exist rather than not exist, right?
Yeah. I'm not sure they're doing any harm, at the least.
No, hypocritical, but at least it's probably helping. Like all these cute animal videos that use videos of farmed animals. Well, actually, no, I don't know, actually, because some of these are like in the farm, and then it might make people think that's good. Like, for example, there's a video of those two calves, and they're in those calf hutches, and they're licking a dog together. And all the comments, oh my God, it's so really cute. They love the dog. It's like, no, they're trying to suck the dog's ears for milk, because they're not, you know, they've been taken from their mothers. So I don't know, actually. Sometimes it can be negative. Sometimes it can be harmful, yeah. Thank you for the question, though, Dad. I appreciate it. Wow. Well, it's been good. I feel after almost 4 hours, I'm starting to get hungry and I need a pee.
Yeah. Like, do you remember the first live stream we actually ever did together was like 5.5 hours long or something?
I don't remember, man.
That was a beast. That was the one with the Ditya.
Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, and Anshuman.
Oh, yeah, that was the intersectionality debate where Anshuman was reading out that fucking...
Yeah.
Oh, my God. Susie, I'll fill you in on...
Yeah, oh, sorry.
I'll fill you in on
she was watching the live
stream.
Oh,
you saw that one?
Yeah, Lawrence pays me to watch all of his...
God, that was bad.
All of his work. No, I'll probably log off then to let you guys
to close up. Yeah, cool. Appreciate it. It was nice to have you on here. Cheers for bringing these so many really important points. I appreciate you coming on and bringing a bit of nuance to it.
Thanks. Have a good one.
See you later.
All right, talk to you later.
Yeah, I was just reminiscing over the, oh God, that's not the right thing to put on the screen. Of what the stuff he was saying. For those who didn't see that, should we tell them what he was saying?
Yeah. It's legendary.
He just kept talking about. I'm not going to say it now. Sorry, guys. We've got someone else wanting to join the chat, so I'm going to have to bring in this special guest.
Hey.
Hello.
Hello.
How's it going, man?
Good. Better, much better.
Cool. Hey, good to have you. I did not expect you to be popping up. Thought you were just lurking in the chat.
Annie knew.
Lurking in the chat with,
That's how I got
with
it.
your weird donations. Which I appreciate, by the way. You can do that every live stream, bro. As much as you possibly want. It's all good, man.
Oh, sure, why not? I'll come up with a few more. Which one was the favorite?
Oh, definitely cream pie.
Yeah, cream pie, yeah.
And you know what, right? I've got to say, at the time, you know when those videos when those people do the they shoot the basketball behind their head and it goes in and they don't react and they're just like whatever. Like I tried to play that off earlier when I figured out the cream pie thing. I was like, oh, it's pie. It means cream pie. Yeah. Played it off like it was nothing. In my head, I was like, oh yeah, I'm the smart motherfucker. Yeah, what's up? But I didn't. I played it off so cool. I was so happy with myself, honestly. I'm so educated, guys. Just do it. Just so smart. I'm actually really bad at maths, so I'm surprised I got that, honestly.
Yeah, I wouldn't have got that in a million years. I was about to start talking about the song Cash Rules Everything Around Me, which was the complete wrong direction.
That might not have been the one, yeah. No, I mean, I was just playing Yahtzee literally last night, and we had one game, and then I said, I don't want to keep playing because it just tires me out. I just don't, mental maths, it just doesn't come naturally to me. And I like the game, but I can't play more. I'm tired. I'm just frustrated with it. I keep fucking adding stuff up every time you have a go. You got to add it up. Oh,
what's Yahtzee?
Oh, dude, you don't know Yahtzee, dude? What is wrong with you, man? So Aditya,
I don't know either, man.
You don't know it either. What is wrong with you?
No,
guys.
Yeah, and
you get. Okay, we've got Maxi Yahtzee, so it's 6 dice, right? And you throw the dice, and
6 dice.
6 dice, yeah, 6, and you got to throw them, and then you have 3 throws. You can choose to do. You can just stop on the first one, or you can do 2 more. You can choose what you want to do, right? And basically, there's a list that you have, and there are some combinations that you've got to try to get. And each time you throw, you have to fill in a box that coincides with a certain combination. If at any point you can't fill a box, as in you didn't get any combination, you've nothing, you have to put a 0, right? So it's in your best interest to try to get the combinations that get you points. Now, some of these combinations will give you a specific set amount of points. Some of them will allow you to add up the collective number of dice that they're showing, and that's your points. Most of them are that. So, yeah, you're just kind of throwing, and then you've got to count quite a lot, basically. And it's like a long game. So by the end of it, if you're not somebody who's mathematically gifted, like mental math gifted, you're just tired. You're just like, oh, it's took fucking forever, and I just have to keep adding shit up. And I'm like, why am I playing this? This is a maths class. I'm not. It's not enjoyable. Like, what am I doing right now? So,
this game is supposed to be fun, right?
Yeah, it is, and it is fun. It is fun if you're not tired, and if you're good at mental maths, it's a lot of fun. If you're sleepy, if you're playing it at night, and like me, and you're not very good at math, then it's like it's not that fun. It's a game of chance. The chance part's fun because, oh, what am I going to get? But then when you start adding stuff up, you're like, ugh, I can't be bothered to this. Someone just add it up for me, please. So, yeah, that's the game. That's Yahtzee. There you go, guys. Did not expect explaining that.
Yeah, I think I'm more of a fan of, like, have you ever played Threes, the card game?
No.
Oh, right. Okay. Well, I won't explain it here.
Yeah,
then, but...
we probably should move away from card and dice and stuff like that. It's kind of lame. Aditya, can we expect any videos from you soon? What's your deal?
I don't know.
Okay, that's all right.
Yeah.
If I send you some, can I send you woke stuff?
Sure. Like, no, I'm still looking at stuff,
okay, great.
Right?
No, I mean, like if I see something and it annoys me, because I'm not really making videos like that anymore, like unless it's directly relevant to me. So if I see something in it and I'm like, oh, that's so stupid. If I send it to you, then maybe you'll do a video about it.
Yeah, maybe.
All right, sweet.
I'm back home right now, so it's good.
Cool, man. Sounds good. Awesome. I saw you've been posting some of your old posts on Instagram, so that's cool. Cool to see that. Some I don't think I'd seen them. I hadn't liked them before, so I mustn't have seen them. So that's like it's good to.
I did not know you back then.
Yeah, it's good to rehash old content though. You know, like you're doing. Like that's what I've been doing on my channel as well. You could do this, Aditya, actually, if you want to get back into the flow easily. Go through your old videos and make shorts of them. Easy.
Yeah.
Easy content, man.
Maybe.
And it's recycling, so it's good for the environment.
Exactly. Yeah, like I've made like almost about 30, 40, maybe even 50 shorts just from old videos. And
yeah, I've started to do that.
Yeah. It's why not? Why not though? Because the thing is you've got new followers, new subscribers who haven't seen your old videos. Plus, even if they have seen your old videos, it's nice to get a 1 minute rehash of the video. It's like 1 minute. Like if I saw one of my someone I subscribed to and I watched the whole video and it was 15 minutes and then I saw they'd done a 1 minute version of it, of course I'm going to watch the 1 minute version because I enjoyed the 15 one. Like that's how it goes, you know. It's you're not really it's a different format, so it's pretty cool, I think. Easy content as well.
Makes sense.
Yeah. And especially for you, Aditya, because you're going to be able to, when you get back into the swing, you'll get back on there's a lot of nonsense on YouTube Shorts and TikTok from the kind of, you know, the stuff you would normally react to. So Shorts is a perfect way of doing that because you just play their video and then react to it and it's super easy.
Oh yeah, I've been watching your new videos.
Yeah, man. So it's like you used to do that all the time anyway, but you did it in a longer format. Well, now if you do it in a short format, you've got a way more potential to go viral, like way more.
All right.
Yeah, especially if it's some proper nonsense that you're responding to. If some really dumb shit and then you absolutely destroy it, it will get like 10, 20, 30,000 or more. So
do you post your stuff on TikTok?
No, I gave up on TikTok a long time ago.
And why is that?
They kept shadow banning me, and then I just realized that
the oppression.
They probably just don't want me on the platform, and it's understandable. I'm not the age for the platform. I'm not talking about the shit they like on the platform. I'm not singing. I'm not dancing. I'm not making jokes. I'm just fucking roasting people, and I'm not doing it in the way they like. Right? They like it when you know they like seeing bigots get roasted. Ben Shapiro, Ben Shapiro's, or you know. Here's how to turn your kid trans, or like, you know, I'm not doing any of that stuff. So that's TikTok though, isn't it? I mean, it is. It's all about like, you know, pro LGBT stuff. It's about anti-Trump or Shapiro stuff. I'm doing like pretty balls to the wall, direct veganism stuff, and I'm not the right age. So for example, like Hudson did it, and he was the right age, and he was the right vibe. And he got super big on it. Every time I tried, they were like, nah, you see that beard, bro? You're too old for this shit.
All right, grandpa.
Yeah, right. If I was on there talking about LGBT stuff, I would be famous, but I'm not. I'm too old for the vegan side. They don't want vegans on there to begin with, but I'm also too old. Yeah. So, you know, they keep banning vegans. They banned Vegan Booty multiple times, Vegan Teacher multiple times. So, yeah.
They did something with Hudson's account as well, right?
Hudson just quit. He was getting too much hate. People were like sending him death threats and stuff. So,
what about Vegan Teacher though? Didn't she blow up on TikTok?
Again, you mean, or?
I just like generally.
Yeah, but dude, she's singing and dancing, bro. Like,
oh right,
you know, and she's making content for children, literally making content for children.
Yeah.
So I was making content for, not for children for sure, and I was being pretty, you know, like I said, balls to the wall, pretty direct, and I've got a beard. And I'm not talking. If I was being balls to the wall and direct about LGBT stuff, they'd have been like, hell yeah, let's promote the fuck out of this guy. But because I was calling people out or making strong animal rights messages, they were like, nah, that beard is too much. Hudson, you take over. You're best for this. Or like other people that make, you know, younger. That's my theory at least, because they kept shadow banning me for stuff that was not even that extreme. And I was thinking they're probably just looking at me and being like, nah, he's too old for here.
You know what you could have done to get around it? In the first second of the video, just state your pronouns and then have the rest of the short as normal. Then it would get on.
I think that's something to that, man, but I'm not willing to go down that road. So, plus, I don't want the app on my phone ever again.
Yeah.
So,
did you read that? Well, maybe we're getting off topic. But...
Well, I've warned people about TikTok already. I've seen loads of videos about it and how much data they're collecting and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, every app collects data, but it seems that TikTok was going a little bit above and beyond with that. And
I can't be on TikTok, you know that. Right?
Yeah, because it's banned in India. I think I mean you're lucky. It should be banned everywhere, mate. I got a tip just now from Derda, who says, I think one thing that pisses me off is when I walk into a grocery store and I see plant-based items with dairy and eggs in it. Like, what's the point of calling it plant-based when there's animal abuse in it? Those items are every day, sadly. Thank you for the tip, bro. And that's mad. I've not seen that one before. That's crazy. I've seen
maybe it's in a...
I've seen 50/50 products. Have you seen those?
Yeah, I've seen 50/50.
They're like,
yeah, what's the point of those?
Because people they want
it's like more sustainable.
Well, no, people want to eat more vegetables, right? They want the benefits of vegetables as well. That's another point to it. They're saying like, yeah, it's got these nutrients from vegetables. It's like, dude, just eat vegetables. What the fuck is wrong with you? Yeah, why are you eating meat infused with vegetables? You crazy? My God.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it would depend on which country this person is from, because maybe it's a cultural thing. Like maybe plant-based had already had an established meaning before veganism became more well-known.
It doesn't make any sense to call something plant-based if it has animal products in it. It's just like, it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I know, but some people would say like, oh, okay, well, it's plant-based, like the base of it is plants, but we've sprinkled...
I thought you were being serious then. I was like, no way he's going... And then I clicked. That was a joke, right? Surely.
Yeah, okay, good. Yeah.
I was like, for a second, I was like, no, he's not. He's not. It would technically be like a plant-based pizza. Like the base of the pizza is plant-based.
Yeah,
good one.
You get these
cauliflower
pizzas with cauliflower bases as well now. They're going all in.
Yeah, that's grim, man.
Yeah, I know.
That's grim. Oh man, I'm gonna have to eat soon. Yeah, because of my here's an inside scoop for those who've stuck with the stream all this while 4 hours in. Here's an inside scoop for you. I'm back on a fitness journey. Oh yeah. Ooh. There we go. I'm trying to I've got my camp out. Camp out is my goal. And my goal is to, by the time the camp out comes around, I want to be fucking jacked, basically. Like I want to be up on the stage and I want to look jacked, right? It's like
you're not going to be walking around with your top off, are you?
No,
these knobs?
But I just want to, I want to be up there and I want to feel like, hey, I feel good here. I feel like I look good. I feel good. I feel strong. And I don't want to be like up there like, oh, here's a skinny vegan giving a talk. I want to be up there like, here's a vegan who's proven, like loads of vegans do, that you can put on muscle in a short space of time as a vegan. And yeah, so I'm going to aim for the camp out. Got a couple of months. No steroids. Someone's saying in the chat, take steroids. No steroids. I will not be taking steroids. I'm going to go all natural, but I'm going to train hard and see what we can do. So there you go, guys. It's an inside scoop.
Sounds good.
So if you see...
Are you doing any specific type of training, or is it just general?
No, compound lifting. Like I'm doing... so I've got like a plan for it. Basically, it includes deadlifting, squats, bench, loads of different things, weighted pull-ups. I've got like a plan I've done before, and it worked really well before. And the only thing is that the last time I did this full plan was some years ago, and I'm feeling it a bit more than then, because it was like it was back in 2019, the last time I did this hardcore, and I've been quite lazy since then. So, and also it's it's a long time ago, right? And I'm hitting that. Back then I was probably still at like I suppose a peak of youth, if that makes sense. Whereas now it's kind of like I'm getting in towards the less peak of youth. Things are getting a bit harder now as But it's all right. It's still doable. Just not as easy as before. You know what I'm saying? Like you guys are both in like optimal time for hitting the gym. You've got that.
Yeah. Well, you wouldn't think of it if you looked at me. Jesus. I need to start exercising more.
Do you know I'm fucking 34 this year? That's old, man.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's old shit. That.
Forgot when your birthday was.
Hmm.
When was your birthday?
June. Okay. Some guy in the comments tried to troll and say that he thought I was in my 50s. It's like
legend.
It's like if you're gonna troll me about the way I look, right? You gotta like make it slightly believable so that it makes a good troll. Like if you said, oh, I would have said you were like, you know, late 30s, then that's okay, fine. I still don't agree, but at least that's more believable than 50s. You know what I'm saying?
Stung, yeah.
Right, you gotta like, if you're gonna lie and troll, you gotta make it kind of, you know, it's possibly like, oh, it could be true. You know what I mean? Can't just go, don't just go so epic like 50s. Come on. You know what I'm saying? And we have another tip, by the way, from Freddie. Thank you so much. And says, sad that Hudson got death threats. He seems like such a sweet guy. I don't know why someone like that would get so much hate. Even then, I definitely feel like you shouldn't give up. Most of the people who send threats are cowards and full of shit. I agree. He didn't give up on activism. He still works with Earthling Ed. He's Earthling Ed's videographer. But he gave up on TikTok, that's all. Because it was just too much for him. It was really damaging his mental health, which, I mean, you know, it's TikTok. It damages everyone's mental health. So,
Yeah, I was talking of people like getting hate online and stuff. I was watching a interview recently when someone said something that was like, I think like very true, and also is maybe good to keep in mind when someone is getting hate online. Is it was, you know, David Goggins?
Of course,
David Goggins.
Yeah,
and it was his interview recently on Modern Wisdom. And he said that you'll never meet a hater that's doing better than you, which is so true. Like no one, you know, if you're getting hate from people, like these people are just usually they're just jealous of what you have.
Exactly.
They're just jealous that someone else was, you know, like had the what is it called? The initiative to like make the effort, and they're doing well for themselves.
Yeah.
That's usually what it is. These haters.
Definitely. Yeah, it's almost always the case. I mean, obviously there are exceptions, like when someone does something shitty and you want to talk about that thing they did that's shitty, but generally like just hating on someone for no reason is usually coming off the back of that. Yeah, for sure. Well, guys, I'm gonna kick you both out because I'm gonna close things off here and get some pee. That's important. And eat. It's also equally important to get those vegan gains that I'm going for. You know what I'm saying? I've got a point to prove now. Now I've announced it. I have to do it. You know, I can't like skip the gym anymore. Before I announced it, like I'll be all right. Now I've got to fucking go now. Yeah, because everyone's
because at the moment, if you look at David from side on, you can actually only see his head.
Yeah. Hey man, I've already got some muscle coming back. You know, look at that.
Oh, is it? Nice one.
You can't see it out there, but here, these guys can see it. There's some muscles coming back. It's good, you know, good lighting in here. It doesn't take long because, you know, I've done this before, like I said, so there's a lot of muscle memory. But, yeah, we'll see at the camp out. We'll see what's going on, see what I could achieve.
Well, I hear actually that there are rumors that people are starting to call the camp out the gun show because they've heard about you.
Oh, yeah.
What? I don't get it.
Because you know how people call muscles guns or like biceps guns.
Okay.
So
yeah,
like have you got tickets to the gun show?
Yeah. Good one. Yeah. But it is cool. Maybe we could do like a wait. We could do. Oh, this is good, Lawrence. We can do a joint challenge. Aditya, if you can come to the camp out, you can join the challenge. But let's agree with me that let's try and get like as jacked as possible before the camp out.
Now I've actually got to do. I have actually got. Do you guys know what a Spartan race is?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we've got like a Spartan race. It's like a long distance obstacle course, and we've got like a team of vegan lads doing it in the UK, and yeah. So that's coming up. So I am going to be doing that. So maybe I'll just use that as like a run up, and then just.
Good idea. We can have a jack off.
Did you build it? Did you like devise this whole challenge just so you could make that joke?
No, it came to me. I was thinking like, oh, we could have a jacked off, and then I was like, no, clearly the joke is there. It's jack off. We can have a jack off. But like honestly, you know, Lawrence, we can actually have it. We can actually have like a thing in person. Like, okay, who did it? I mean, you've got a head start on me because of the climbing. But Aditya, if you want to join this, we can do an online one too. We can do it like when we're together at the camp out. We can be like, okay, then let's video call Aditya, see how he's done, and we can have a jack off between now and then. Prove that vegans can build muscle.
Okay, but we've got to decide on the metrics beforehand. Like, what are we actually measuring? You know,
it's just who's the most jacked, and it's going to be down to the public. It's not going to be like,
oh, okay,
we're not measuring or anything. It's literally just going to be, we're just going to be stood there, and we're going to do maybe a live stream, and then just be like, right, okay, t-shirts off. Who's more jacked?
No, I'm not. I'm not getting them out for the lads.
You're gonna have to, mate. That's how we do it. Hey, look, it's for the animals, bro. It's for the animals. Because you're proving now, you're proving that, hey, you know, between now and then, it's not that long, February to the end of July, we can pile on big slabs of muscle and be jacked. And if we can do that and we can show it and to the public, it's good for animals because we prove a point. Hey, look, yeah, and it's good for you because it's healthy. And you know, I'm just trying to make you do it right now. I don't know. Come on, man.
Yeah, no, okay. I'll have to buy a gym membership, but I'll do it,
yeah.
Because thing is, at my climbing place, like it's got good climbing, but it hasn't got like a weight section or anything like that.
No, you're gonna need to get those weights in. And people are asking, what's the camp out? It's the vegan camp out. It's a festival happening in the UK, 28th of July that weekend, and it's amazing. It's got Joey Carbshon speaking. It's got this famous comedian, the UK comedian. Everyone vegan, of course. There's musicians, there's live music, there's DJs, there's after parties, there's pre-parties, there's food like you wouldn't believe. It's insane. It's just this big vegan heaven for a weekend. It's honestly
and I'm
awesome.
gonna be there.
Lauren's gonna be there. I'm giving a talk as well. I'm on stage giving a talk in the activism stage. And and Tash Peterson's gonna be there. Jack's gonna be there, of course, her partner as well. You guys like those guys, right? Oh, Jack's just been arrested, so maybe he won't be there after all. Yeah, I'm gonna do a reaction to that video. It's crazy how they arrested him. Well, who else? And yeah, so it's gonna be awesome. Yeah, I think the Bosch guys, you know the
the two cooks.
They're gonna be there.
Chefs or whatever.
Yeah, it's gonna be really cool. So, and we're gonna have a jack off. So there you go. Just so many reasons.
And actually, the one time that I'm actually going to take my top off to show my gains is going to be at the same time as David's talk. So what you'll have to do is just see where people go, see where the crowds go.
Wow. Hey, this is it, man. Jack off. Are you in, Aditya, or are you out?
I'm not committing.
Okay, that's okay. I understand. I understand. It's a big thing to commit to, especially if you're not going to be able to do it in person as well. So I get it.
Well, especially if you're going up against me as well.
I mean, I'm concerned that you're a thick guy, man. That you've got so much climbing experience on me. And I remember when we were hiking and we snuggled up, I was feeling like quite a lot of muscle. No, but when we did swim, I was like, you know, you were a big guy, man. So you got a good head start on me. You're thicker than me. I'm gonna get definition. You're gonna get mass. So we're gonna have to see what the people like more. We'll have to see how it goes. But yeah, guys, I'm kicking you out this time for good, for real.
Right, nice one.
Aditya, it was great to hear from you again, man. Looking forward to you creating content again soon. Everybody is, of course.
Sure.
Everyone's excited for that. So guys, follow Soytheist on YouTube. No new videos, but loads of old videos for you to get into. Loads of good stuff there. And if you don't like babies, definitely consider also subscribing to and following Lawrence. He also doesn't like babies. His channel is all about his dislike of babies. So if that's down your, something you're interested in, definitely check out Lawrence's channel too. It's Lawrence Anton.
But yeah, babies and short people.
Babies and short people. Hey. Yeah, cool. Perfect. So guys, I'll catch you both later then. Thanks so much, Lawrence. Yeah. Especially thank you for being here for the whole 4 hours, mate. And yeah, great to hear from you again, Aditya. Catch you both later.
Right, sick. Peace out. See you both later.
See ya.
Bye.
Bye. Awesome. Really cool to have Aditya back in there, and obviously it's always great to have these big long streams with Lawrence, the go-to guy for the channel, huh? He's the guy. He brings the heat. He's always a good one to have on. Perfect. So yeah, Annie's posted the links there, so definitely go over and follow those guys. Thank you, everybody. Oh, I need to call a couple of you guys out for the tips. I missed a couple. Vinemoon, and thank you so much for the $10 tip. And says challenge. Yeah, well, I mean, I'm trying. We're gonna get this going. I'm feeling we're off to a good start. This is only 3 days of training, so I've got more days to go. And I love this. I love now that you guys know the challenge. Then it pushes me to go harder. Animals here with us, not for us, is asking why does he hate short people? He doesn't hate short people. It's just he's an anti-natalist. He's against having kids. It was just a joke. But if you want to go check out why he's against having kids, you can go check out I did a debate with him. It's on his YouTube channel, so you can go and learn there. Yeah. And Hexproof Anarchist, thank you so much for the super chat. I think I saw the sticker as well. I appreciate it. Guys, Ramfam, you've been awesome today. As usual, we have all the regulars, Mark, Weinemuinen, Vilde. Who else we've got in here? The regulars. Hexproof Anarchist, Veganism came on for a chat as well, which was awesome. Michael's here, DJ Lernal's here. It's awesome to see all you guys, all the regulars here, and more as well. Some new names here that popped in and out as well. Oluwale Blues here quite a lot too. What's up? So thank you everybody who was here, and especially to everybody who contributed as well. You guys, I tell you every time we do this, every week, you guys make this continue going. Can't do this work without your support. Can't do this work without your support for watching the videos, liking the videos, commenting the videos, sharing on the videos. Also, and possibly even more importantly, when you financially support the channel, it makes everything possible. It keeps this train on the track. So thank you so much, guys, for all you do for me, for the channel, to keep us going. I really do appreciate it. And if you want to commit to that and contribute in a more regular way, please do consider joining the Patreon team or the YouTube memberships team. They both allow you to join the David Rams team in a more kind of core way, in that we can depend on you to continue the support. And what that allows us to do is to continue doing more of what I do, more making the videos, the more live streams, more of the stuff going on in the background, the private projects that I'm working on, which you will find out about very soon. So please do consider, if you're not already in the team, joining the team and being a part of the core team that really allows us to do all of this incredible work by joining Patreon or by joining the YouTube memberships team. If you join Patreon, you get access to DMs, private DMs with me, which is something that is, if that's interesting to you, then I respond to them. I'm having chats with a couple of new patrons right now, which is, I love it. I really enjoy that. So that's if you like the idea of that, join the Patreon team. If you're not bothered about that, but you like the green logo and the green text here in the YouTube live chat, join the YouTube memberships team. Yeah, one or the other, or both, if you can. You're the ones who do both. You guys are just, there's no word to describe you guys. You're like epic legend level. It's insane. So thank you so much. Guys, as always, keep calling out that BS, and I'll see you all in the next video.